Chapter 198. If not for the two of you luring the heaven-howling fish away, I would not have succeeded. You deserve this. Suyu did not understand the siblings' reactions. Finally, after a while, the siblings regained their senses. The two of them felt guilty. How could they not understand that they had misunderstood Suyu? At that time, Suyu had sincerely cooperated with them, and he had not forced them to die because of their kindness. Chan Yunfei's heart was filled with guilt. Her face was filled with tears, her face red with shame. Junior, Chan Yunfei clenched her fists, feeling inferior in front of Suyu. In the end, she was the one who gauged the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. Seeing her stutter, Suyu was even more confused. Senior, did I offend you in any way? Chan Yunfei bit her lips, too ashamed to face Suyu's clear eyes. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. She was even more ashamed to voice out the filth in her heart. After stuttering for a while, she clenched her teeth and took a step forward. She hooked her arms around Suyu's neck and threw herself into his embrace. At that moment, a warm and fragrant body entered his embrace. That pair of round and plump breasts pressed against Suyu's chest. The warmth and softness spread throughout his body like an electric shock. The faint fragrance of her body wafted into his nose, intoxicating him. Looking down, Chan Yunfei in his embrace was blushing. Her eyes were filled with an intoxicating glow, filled with uncontrollable shyness. Following her snowy neck, the two alluring collarbones reflected a faint fluorescent light. Further down was a faintly discernible snowy peak, as well as a deep ravine. Suyu was caught off guard by the sudden allure. I'm sorry, Junior. Chan Yunfei's breath smelled like orchids. She extended her head and pressed her lips against Suyu's. A moment later, their lips parted. A faint fragrance lingered. The softness was shocking, reverberating around his lips. Chan Yunfei's eyes were red, her voice like a mosquito. This is my apology to you, I hope you can forgive me. After saying this, her delicate figure left, bringing along the dumbfounded Chan Leiyun to find a safe place to absorb the spirit herbs. It was only then that Suyu touched his lips subconsciously. His face was filled with confusion. Even now, he still did not understand where this kiss had come from. Mo Wu, who was at the side, was stunned for a moment. She felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest. She couldn't help but sneer and say, "Hey, junior martial brother, you're quite lucky with women. You only need to give some spiritual herbs to get a beauty to throw herself into your arms. Do you want me to repay you?" It was only after Mo Wu finished speaking that she realized the jealousy in her words. Her face immediately turned red and her delicate body stiffened. Suyu was feeling guilty. Hence, he did not notice Mo Wu's expression and laughed embarrassedly. A moment later, silence returned to the field. Suyu and Mo Wu sat side by side. In anticipation, he took out a white dragon plant and several black dragon plants. 3 stalks of black dragon grass could raise his cultivation by 1 level. A stalk of white dragon grass could raise one's cultivation level by 1 level. With 4 of them, wouldn't he be able to directly enter Dragon Realm level 2? If you plan to swallow the divine dragon grass, it's best that you don't swallow the other spiritual herb. Mo Wu's face still had a trace of crimson, like the sunset in the sky, cool and elegant. Why? Suyu was puzzled. He was just about to make a huge breakthrough. Mo Wu rolled her eyes at him. No matter how good a spiritual herb is, it's just a spiritual herb. It can't be compared to a pill. The more spiritual herbs you swallow, the less effective it will be. This is because if you swallow too much, your body will develop a resistance to the spiritual herbs. If you swallow the white dragon plant and the black dragon plant now, the effects of the divine dragon grass will be greatly reduced. Mo Wu reminded him. But the chances of you obtaining the divine dragon grass is almost 0. Swallowing the white dragon plant now is not a bad idea. Is that so? Suyu rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. He then put away the 2 spiritual herbs in disappointment. Mo Wu's eyes were filled with anticipation as she absorbed the white dragon plant. Hualala, the effects of the white dragon plant were 3 times that of the black dragon plant. After absorbing it, Mo Wu's cultivation level rose at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. After half a cup of tea's time, under the effects of the last bit of the medicinal effects, she successfully reached Dragon Realm Level 2 upper tier. Suyu silently nodded. The effects of the medicinal effects had indeed weakened. Mo Wu had trained in the ancient Xianyun Temple for a month. Her cultivation level was not far from Dragon Realm Level 2 upper tier. With the effects of the white dragon plant, she could easily make a breakthrough. But in reality, she barely succeeded. The reason was that she had swallowed the black dragon plant previously, causing the effects of the white dragon plant to decrease. Within a day, Mo Wu had swallowed 10 black dragon plants consecutively. But the effects were so weak that it made one's hair stand on end. The medicinal effects of 3 white dragon plants had only allowed her to break through another level, reaching Dragon Realm Level 2 peak. To Mo Wu, the effects of the white dragon plant were only equivalent to the first black dragon plant, but Mo Wu herself was already wild with joy. Even though her icy face tried her best to remain calm, her trembling body could not hide the joy in her heart. In a mere month, she had reached Dragon Realm Level 2 peak. Dragon Realm Level 3 was just around the corner. Cao Xian's expression was extremely gloomy. With Suyu's help, Mo Wu's cultivation level had improved by leaps and bounds, suppressing him by an entire level. Even Shen Jiuyin's cultivation level had been surpassed by Mo Wu. Seeing that he was being surpassed by one person after another, Cao Xian was extremely anxious. This cannot continue. At that moment, a day had passed. Suyu stood up, his eyes filled with anticipation. All right, let's begin. Ji Hongxue and Shen Jiuyin followed Suyu to the shore. Even though Mo Wu and Cao Xian did not attack, they were curious about what Suyu wanted to do. At that moment, the heaven-howling fish was still swimming crazily in the lake, roaring continuously. Restrain it, keep its mouth open for a moment. Suyu's eyes flashed. Ji Hongxue froze. Could it be that you want to enter its body and pluck the divine dragon plant? But we cannot restrain it for too long, at least not enough for you to go back and forth. You do not have to worry about this. Once I enter it, I will find a way to come out. Hearing this, Ji Hongxue agreed. Junior Shen, let's attack. To restrain it, we need to go all out. 8-armed demon snake. Ji Hongxue let out a low grunt. Puff, puff, puff. Within Ji Hongxue's body, a bright red viscous liquid flowed out. At first glance, it looked like fresh blood, shocking everyone. But upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was blood energy that had been condensed to the extreme. Blood energy was so strong that it could liquefy. Just how strong was Ji Hongxue's physical body? Crash! The liquefied blood energy formed 8 long arms behind Ji Hongxue's back. Every single one of its arms was emitting a frightening power. Shen Jiuyin was deep in the swallow's nest, his battle intent burning. He laughed excitedly. After a year, I finally see it again, 8-armed demon snake. Stage 3 upper class of the legacy level technique, just one step away from the legendary top class. Only 3 people in the faction had managed to train a legacy level technique to the top class. The Great Elder and the Second Elder. The last person was the faction master. Ji Hongxue had trained it to stage 3 upper class, far surpassing most of the elders. In terms of potential, Ji Hongxue was only below the heaven-favored goddess, the Second Elder. If that is the case, I will give it my all. Shen Jiuyin let out a long roar. Spirit transformation. Crack, crack. Within Shen Jiuyin's body, a bone-chilling sound of bones cracking could be heard. His bones were undergoing a shocking transformation. At the same time, his flesh was expanding rapidly. As everyone's scalps turned numb, Shen Jiuyin grew from a skinny young man to 3 times his size. A 5-meter-tall, inhuman figure, blood-colored muscles from the explosive suit, and a sinister and terrifying face. This was no longer a human, but a giant gorilla. His evil energy was turbulent, his evil energy terrifying, emitting a destructive aura. Ji Hongxue's eyes were serious and filled with battle intent. Only you can compete with me. Hihi, do it, before I lose my rationality. Shen Jiuyin laughed coldly, taking a step forward. Rumble! At once, the Jade Lake's giant waves slammed into the sky. With one step, a 500-foot giant wave was formed. Ji Hongxue finally made his move. 8 arms came crashing down with a force that could shake the heavens. Mo Wu gasped. Even though her cultivation level was stronger than Shinjoin's, she had no doubt that if she were to face the transformed Shinjoin, she would be killed with one punch. Su Yu stared at Ji Hongxue, his eyes serious. As expected of the faction's number one disciple. With this level of physical strength, you have the ability to fight beyond your realm. The two of them joined forces to attack the Heaven Howling Fish. Facing the attacks of 2 Dragon Realm Level 3 upper tier fighters, the Heaven Howling Fish had a look of disdain, opening its mouth to spit out sound wave. Rumble, the combined attacks of the two of them were dissolved by the sound wave. At the same time, Ji Hongxue and Shinjoin's bodies shook violently, their movements stagnating. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Heaven Howling Fish revealed a mocking expression. Its head, which was the size of a house, came crashing over like a mountain. Bang, bang, Ji Hongxue and Shinjoin's expressions changed, using all their strength to block the attack. But under this huge force, the two of them were sent flying on the spot, crashing back onto the shore, breaking a few giant rock. Puff, Shinjoin spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, his ferocious face revealing surprise. Ji Hongxue let out a groan, the corner of his mouth overflowing with bright red blood. With one attack, it had seriously injured 2 Dragon Realm Level 3 fighters who were using all their strength. Evil creature! Shinjoin was enraged, his blood-red eyes gradually losing their calm. Roar! With a roar, Shinjoin pounded his chest, roaring as he pounced forward. Ji Hongxue clenched his teeth, pouncing forward as well. This time around, the two of them split into 2 directions, attacking from the sides to avoid being hit by a heavy blow. The Heaven Howling Fish sneered, its giant head swaying crazily, trying in vain to send the two of them flying. But the two of them were outstanding, their potential shocking. At the critical moment, they exploded with all their strength. Rumble, the two of them attacked from the left and right. Ji Hongxue's 8 arms pressed against the left side of the Heaven Howling Fish's head, while Shinjoin's giant body pressed against the right side of the Heaven Howling Fish's head, freezing it in place. Moreover, because of the huge force, the Heaven Howling Fish's mouth naturally opened. Quick! Ji Hongxue roared anxiously, we cannot hold on for 2 breaths. 2 breaths is enough. In the sky, a clear voice could be heard. Su Yu, who had long prepared himself, opened his Ice Phoenix divine wings and charged towards the Heaven Howling Fish's mouth. After 1 breath, Su Yu had charged to the front of the Heaven Howling Fish's mouth. But just as Su Yu was prepared to enter, the Heaven Howling Fish was enraged, its gills flapping violently. Rumble, Ji Hongxue spat out blood, like a rock. He was sent flying 300 meters away, crashing into a small mountain. The unprecedented shock caused his internal organs to rupture, causing him to vomit blood non-stop. Shinjoin was in an even more miserable state. The flesh and blood of his entire body were torn apart by the huge force. Cracks covered his entire body, as if his body was about to collapse. He fainted on the spot from the impact. Chapter 199. Crack, just as he was about to enter, the sound of teeth clenching could be heard from behind him. A blade of wind brushed past Su Yu's back. Creak! At that moment, a wound as deep as a thumb spurted out a large amount of blood. If it had gone any deeper, it would have injured his heart. Hiss! Su Yu gasped, the burning pain causing him to grimace. He hurriedly stopped and revolved his energy to stop the flow of blood. Inspecting the shocking injury, Su Yu had a lingering fear. He had almost lost his life. But with the threat of death, he had successfully entered the stomach of the Heaven Howling Fish. His figure flickered, Su Yu followed the body of the Heaven Howling Fish and entered its tail. Within the flesh of its tail was a blood-red spirit herb, swaying gently. Its shape was the same as the black dragon plant and the white dragon plant. The only difference was the color. Divine dragon herb. It can raise one's cultivation level. Su Yu's eyes were filled with excitement. He had finally found it. Su Yu wanted to grab it with his hands, but the divine dragon herb avoided it. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and a grave look appeared on his face. At that moment, Yun Yaz's calm voice came from his robes. Even though this spirit herb is far from the level of a divine herb, it has absorbed the essence of the Heaven Howling Fish over the years and is somewhat pure. If you grab it with your hands, The medicinal effects will be reduced by 30%. Is that so? Suyu retracted his hand, thinking for a moment before taking out a small, broken jade shovel. It was the exquisite jade shovel he had obtained from the meteorite forest, specially used to dig for divine herb. It has finally come in handy. Suyu was filled with anticipation. He sat cross-legged and revolved the artifact control technique to control the broken divine artifact. It was his first time controlling an unfamiliar divine artifact. With Suyu's rusty techniques, he would need a day or so. While he was controlling the divine artifact, in the outside world, Ji Hongshue's blood was pale, the injury on his abdomen was slightly alleviated. But Shun Juin's injuries were too severe and he was still unconscious, being looked after by Cao Xian. The abilities of that heaven-howling fish are stronger than expected. I'm afraid it is about to reach Dragon Realm Level 4. This deal is a loss. Ji Hongxue let out a bitter laugh. Mo Wu, who was at the side, had a worried expression. Why isn't he out yet? Did something happen? There's no need to worry. Junior brother Su has entered with confidence. I'm sure he will be able to retreat safely. As for us, I'm afraid we have to be careful. Ji Hongshue's expression turned solemn as he stared at the horizon. There, a small black and white dot was approaching from afar. Kylar, in the blink of an eye, he was still on the horizon, but suddenly, he appeared above their head. Looking over, it was the white tiger that had been pacing back and forth a few days ago. White Tiger scanned the surroundings. His cold tiger eyes flashed with anger and humiliation. It took me a long time to find you. So you're here. Based on his scent, the white tiger could sense that Suyu was nearby. Where's the silver-haired kid? The white tiger floated in the air and looked down from above. Its tiger eyes swept across Mo Wu and the other two people as if it was looking at ants. The three of them trembled. This gaze made them feel as if they were being cut by a knife. White Tiger's casual question sounded like a clap of thunder in their ears. The trio's ears buzzed, and they all bled at the same time. What a terrifying white tiger! Even Ji Hongxue felt a sense of death at this moment. If the white tiger was willing, the three of them could instantly fly, and they would not even have the chance to be transported out. Mo Wu clenched her teeth, unwilling to speak. Ji Hongxue was struggling, trying hard to regain his composure from his fear. Only Cao Xian did not hesitate, his eyes filled with vengeance. The person you are looking for is called Su Yu. He is in the stomach of the heaven-howling fish in the Jade Lake, trying to snatch the divine dragon herb. In his heart, Cao Xian could not stop laughing. He had actually provoked the most terrifying white tiger in the Sky Garden. This time, Su Yu's life would be at this place forever, in the stomach of that small fish. Humph. The white tiger's tone was indifferent, letting out a cold grunt of disdain. But looking at the rippling lake water, its eyes revealed a look of disgust. It lingered above the Jade Lake, unwilling to enter. The white tiger was naturally afraid of water, unwilling to enter. Coupled with its aura, the heaven-howling fish did not dare to come up. How long is he going to stay? The white tiger's body crackled with lightning, showing its anger. Cao Xian hurriedly said, "Not too long. Humph. Kid, let's see where you can escape to." The white tiger let out a light grunt, flying to the side of the lake and waiting. Once Su Yu came out, he would only be killed in seconds in front of a terrifying existence like the white tiger. Mo Wu glared at the sneering Cao Xian, her heart burning with anxiety. Su Yu was in the water, completely unaware of the situation outside. Once he came out, a day's time quickly passed. Su Yu finally gained control of the exquisite jade shovel in the stomach of the heaven-howling fish. Filled with anticipation, Su Yu used the shovel to carefully dig out the blood-red divine dragon herb. Within the jade shovel, a faint fluorescent light was reflected, protecting the divine dragon herb, preventing it from being damaged in the slightest. A complete and pure divine dragon herb appeared before Su Yu's eyes. Store it first. You can consume it after refining it with flames, Yunyazi said. Su Yu nodded, finding a clean jade bottle and storing the divine dragon herb within. Only then did Su Yu heave a sigh of relief. Calculating the time, Su Yu's eyes glowed with determination. Calculating the time, More than half the time has passed in the ancient Xianyun temple. The third level of the eternal stairs is about to descend. Once he stepped onto the eternal stairs, he would never be able to return. But Su Yu had to go. According to his calculations, the disciple who possessed the phoenix blood elixir would most likely die on the eternal stairs. The first level of the meteorite forest and the second level of the sky garden would not cause death. Only the third level of the eternal stairs would be sealed for eternity upon entering. Since the disciple had not come out, he was definitely on the eternal stairs. There was only a month left until the descent of Xianus Phoenix of Death. Su Yu had no other choice. At this moment, the space of the second level suddenly shook. A huge gap appeared in the blue sky. A spiral staircase descended from the gap, leading straight to the surface. Furthermore, it was located in the middle of the Jade Lake. Beside the lake, Ji Hongxue and the other two were filled with fear. The faction master had repeatedly forbidden entry. The third level, the Eternal Stairs, had descended. Those who entered would definitely die. The white tiger turned its head, its indifferent eyes filled with fear for the first time. It grunted softly, "I wonder if that damned bird is still on the third level." But at this moment, the white tiger's gaze turned serious, piercing through the surface of the lake and looking at the bottom. Within the heaven howling fish, Su Yu took a deep breath. It has finally appeared, the Eternal Stairs. Whoosh! Su Yu walked to the front of the heaven howling fish's mouth, the fire cloud seal between his brows throbbing. Glazed ice flame. Creak! Extreme coldness erupted from the heaven howling fish's mouth. Although the heaven howling fish was almost invincible, its body was still a weak point. With a roar, the heaven howling fish opened its mouth subconsciously. Su Yu's gaze flashed, seizing the opportunity to rush out. But at the moment when Su Yu rushed out, the heaven howling fish's eyes were filled with cunning and savagery. Taking advantage of the moment when Su Yu rushed out, its sharp teeth abruptly close. The heaven howling fish had already sensed that Su Yu was within its body. It had intentionally created an opportunity for Su Yu to give him a fatal bite. Same old trick. Su Yu's expression was calm, letting out a cold laugh. Seal of time. With a low grunt, Su Yu's left eye exploded with a deep purple light. At once, the heaven howling fish's giant head was frozen in time and space. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Yu escaped, spreading his ice phoenix divine wings and charged out of the lake. Roar! The heaven howling fish was furious, roaring furiously as it chased. But at this moment, Su Yu flicked his finger lightly. A divine ice thread that was hard to detect with the naked eye suddenly moved. Rumble! The divine ice thread was connected to the internal organs of the heaven howling fish. Although the internal organs were not torn, they were severely injured. The furious heaven howling fish let out a pathetic cry, its chasing figure slowing down at once. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Yu charged 10 miles away in one breath. But before Su Yu could rejoice, his body suddenly stiffened, his hair standing on end. A spine-chilling feeling engulfed his heart like a torrent. Because he suddenly sensed an extremely terrifying gaze staring at him from afar. Using his crystalline pupils, Su Yu saw through the 5-mile surface of the lake and saw the white tiger clearly. His scalp turned numb at once. At this moment, the white tiger's eyes revealed a human-like mocking smile as it stared at him from afar. "Kid, you should be content to die for making me wait for an entire day." The white tiger's heart was filled with rage. Su Yu's mood was extremely heavy. When did he provoke the white tiger? Could it be the 5-color honey? Su Yu's heart was thumping, his face filled with hatred. The Eternal Stairs was right in front of him, but he could not enter. The only consolation was that the white tiger was afraid of the lake water and did not dare enter. Even though the power of the Black Thunderbolt was strong, it was dispersed into the water and its power was limited. Hence, if Su Yu hid in the lake water, the white tiger would not be able to do anything to him. As if it had already seen through this, the white tiger let out a cold grunt. "I will give you 3 breaths' time to come out. If you miss 1 breath's time, I will kill one of your friends." Its ferocious tiger eyes suddenly glared at Mo Wu and the other 2 people. "What? Kill us?" Cao Xian's face turned green. "White tiger. Elder, I have a deep grudge against him. Killing me will only. Did I allow you to speak? The white tiger glared coldly. Pooh! Cao Xian's face turned pale, abruptly spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with shock. Severely injuring him with one look. Just what kind of frightening realm was this white tiger at? Mo Wu and Ji Hongshue's expressions changed greatly. This white tiger was using them as a hostage? If Su Yu refused to come out, then wouldn't they? Su Yu was furious. This damned white tiger had gone too far. One breath's time. The white tiger's eyes were filled with mockery, shooting a ferocious smile toward Mo Wu. I will start with you. You seem to be most concerned about the silver-haired kid. Creak creak, the white tiger's body was surging with lightning. In a split second, it was about to attack. Stop! A furious roar came from the lake. Hualala, Su Yu's face was filled with anger, charging out of the lake, coldly saying, I will stay, let them go. The white tiger let out a mocking laugh. In my eyes, you are nothing. You do not have the right to bargain with me. Hand over the 5-color honey. Immediately, now. Mo Wu and the other two people swallowed fiercely. This white tiger was a nature-defying existence in the second level. Their fates were completely in the hands of the white tiger, but facing the white tiger's overbearing attitude, Su Yu's anger gradually faded, replaced by a cold expression. I have had enough of the feeling of my fate being controlled by others. No one can control my fate, not even the heavens. The white tiger calmly shook its head. Ignorant fool! In the face of absolute power, your words are but a laughable struggle. Is that so? Then I will let you see the surprise I have prepared for you. Su Yu let out a mocking smile. Chapter 200. Space Manipulation. Su Yu let out a low grunt. Buzz buzz buzz, the deep wine-red color was like the clouds under the setting sun. It was beautiful. The white tiger was caught off guard and was covered in the wine red. At that moment, the space trembled. A formless ripple appeared around its body and enveloped it. The white tiger's playful gaze revealed shock for the first time. Power of space, you are proficient in space talent. Roar, the white tiger sensed that something was wrong. It roared and tried to break free. But it was too late. Creak, the space teleportation had teleported it 10 miles away. Furthermore, it was the place it hated the most, Jade Lake. Gurgle, when the power of space dissipated, a wave of lake water flooded over and drowned the white tiger. A look of panic appeared in the tiger's eyes. It clumsily flailed its limbs and swam upwards. But the surging lake water had soaked its fur. The lightning on its body was also diverted in all directions by the lake water. The powerful white tiger had become a drenched dog in an instant. Kid, I'll kill you. The white tiger flew into a rage out of humiliation. As it crawled to the surface of the lake in a sorry state, it roared furiously. A deep murderous intent appeared in its tiger eyes. There had never been anyone who could fool him. Su Yu was the first. Enjoy the surprise I have prepared for you, drenched dog. Su Yu let out a light laugh. Without hesitation, he shot towards the spiral staircase. Before he left, he took out 2 stalks of white dragon grass. He threw one stalk to Ji Hongxue and the other to Shen Jiuyin, who had just woken up. Su Yu, what are you doing? Mo Wu saw Su Yu's actions and her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Su Yu wanted to enter the eternal stairs? Rumble, suddenly, Mo Wu's mind was filled with a rumble. She suddenly understood what Su Yu wanted to do, to find the Phoenix blood elixir. The disciple with the Phoenix blood elixir did not return. He had most likely died on the eternal stairs. Looking at Mo Wu, Su Yu bowed and smiled. I, Su Yu, am alone in the Luxian faction. I only have one friend, Senior. It is my honor to know you. When Mo Wu heard the parting words, she felt a surge of sorrow in her chest. She had personally witnessed Su Yu's arduous journey from a nameless junior to where he was today. Everything he did was for Xian and Li Guang. What shocked her the most was the fallen star competition, the icy green ripples, and the unwillingness to go against the will of heaven forsaking me. I would rather become a demon at the moment of despair. At that time, his figure was so thin, his strength so low, and his face so unfamiliar. However, this was the first time someone had shaken her soul. It was also at that moment that this figure was forever engraved in his heart, unforgettable in this life. Now, Su Yu had finally reached the final step. Back then, his master had said that it was impossible for Su Yu to complete the task. However, Su Yu had used his unwillingness to go against his will to overcome it. However, the last step might be to leave this world forever. At this moment, Mo Wu was suddenly afraid. She could no longer see that tenacious figure sailing against the current. It was just like when Su Yu was buried in the poisonous fog in the abyss of Wutong. He was so lost, frustrated, and sorrowful. This was because Su Yu was the person she was pursuing. During the battle at the icy azure lake, Su Yu had become the target of many people's pursuit. That figure was engraved in Mo Wu's heart. When Mo Wu was lonely, hesitant, and helpless, she could see the direction to move forward. He wanted her to understand that there was someone in this world who was walking against the current just like her. He was more sorrowful than her, but more tenacious. This was Mo Wu's inner monologue that she had never told anyone. No one would believe that Mo Wu, one of the 4 great disciples, would chase after a small junior of the martial path. Su Yu. Mo Wu's eyes were sparkling. Can you stay? This farewell might be an eternal farewell. Perhaps, she would no longer be able to see that figure who worked hard, persevered, and advanced silently. The wind of the azure lake blew Su Yu's silver hair, and a desolate feeling arose in Su Yu's heart. Xiana is an obsession that I can never give up. If she were to die, who would I live for in this world? The desolate sigh was like a horn that swept through the depths of Su Yu's heart. If she were to die, who would I live for in this world? Mo Wu felt a stab of pain in her heart. She could not bear it, but she also felt a sense of tenderness. Could it be that Su Yu had never thought of living for himself? Living for someone else, like her, Mo Wu? Senior sister, I have one last request. If I do not return, please carve my name, Su Yu, in front of Xiana's grave. Su Yu cupped his fists and bowed, wearing a desolate and resolute smile. I could not accompany her in life, but in death, please allow my name to accompany her until the end of time, Su Yu. Mo Wu could no longer hold back the pain in her heart. 2 streams of tears flowed down her beautiful cheeks. A mournful cry revealed the pain in Mo Wu's heart. I beg of you. Su Yu bowed. After which, he turned and stepped onto the eternal stairs. She stared blankly at Su Yu as he disappeared on the stairs. Mo Wu's heart was pounding. It was as if she had lost something, causing her to suffocate. No. Su Yu, don't go. Mo Wu's voice was trembling. Her sorrowful cry reverberated in the sky. But the only response she got was an empty stairway. Roar, hualala, in the azure lake, the water of the lake hit the sky. The white tiger was trapped for a moment, but it finally escaped. It contained a shocking killing intent, its roar shaking the heavens. A terrifying thunderbolt descended in all directions. Rumble, wherever the black thunderbolt descended, it was reduced to nothingness. Ji Hongxue and the other 3 were trapped in the thunderbolt zone. Seeing as the thunderbolt struck them, there was no way to escape. Not good. The white tiger has unleashed its might. We cannot stay here any longer. Quickly kill ourselves and leave the ancient temple. Ji Hongxue's expression changed. The thunderbolt was dangerous and could kill them instantly. Unable to be transported, they could only kill themselves to leave as soon as possible. After which, Ji Hongxue slammed his palm on his forehead before a thunderbolt struck. The ancient temple sensed that he was in danger and immediately released a ray of light, transporting him away. Cao Xian and Shen Jiuyin left one after another. Mo Wu sobbed and muttered, Su Yu, you must return. Rumble bolstered by the thunderbolt, the 4 of them successfully left at the most critical moment. Whoosh, whoosh in the outside world. A white light flickered. The expressions of the faction master and the rest changed. The appearance of the 4 great disciples caused their hearts to sink. What happened? There is still a month left. Why did all of you teleport out? The Luxian faction master asked anxiously. What kind of loss was it to lose a month of training? Ji Hongxue was ashamed. Master, a white tiger descended. To avoid death, we voluntarily left. White tiger. It has been here for many years and has never harmed anyone. Why would it harm all of you for no reason? The Luxian faction master was suspicious. Cao Xian clenched his fists, viciously saying, "It was Su Yu who infuriated the White Tiger, causing us to be implicated. They had not completely enjoyed the benefits of the ancient temple when they were implicated by Su Yu." Hanji was furious, d*mn. Spoiling the future of my disciple. I will not forgive him. The great elder glanced at Shen Jiuyin, his cultivation level not changing. His expression sank. "Jiuyin, is the situation like this?" Even though Shen Jiuyin had obtained a white dragon plant, he was implicated. How could he not be resentful, furiously replying, "More or less." Ji Hongshue's lips parted, unable to retort. They were indeed implicated by Su Yu, that was undeniable. At the scene, only the second elder was stunned. Her eyes looked at her only beloved disciple, Mo Wu, in disbelief. In her memory, her serious disciple's shoulders were trembling and she was weeping silently. Her emotionless eyes were filled with tears, filled with sorrow. "Mo Wu, what happened?" "Oh, Master," Su Yu entered the eternal stairs. Mo Wu could no longer suppress the sorrow in her heart. She let out a whimper, like a little girl who had lost her best friend. She threw herself into the second elder's embrace, crying loudly in front of everyone. "What? Eternal stairs?" The second elder's petite body swayed. She was in a daze, stumbling backward. Her pale eyes were filled with panic. Why did he? The second elder did not continue speaking. She understood Su Yu's motive. "Phoenix blood elixir, why didn't you stop him?" The second elder scolded in a daze. Mo Wu was bitter, because, if Xiana died, he would have no one to live for in this world. "Xiana," the second elder muttered. Her eyes gradually dimmed, filled with sorrow. That afternoon, under the bright sun, the silver-haired youth who asked about the rules of the depository of scriptures with a smile, would he never return? That pair of clear eyes, that gaze that did not belittle her, that gaze that warmed her heart, would he never appear again? At this moment, the second elder felt as if she had lost something. Her heart felt empty. He entered the eternal stairs. The Luxian faction master was stunned. After which, he sighed, "What a pity for a seedling." Those who entered the eternal stairs had no chance of survival. Many of the elders and disciples who had witnessed Su Yu's miraculous steps, fighting his way into the top 10, felt pity. The 10th elder heaved a sigh of relief, mocking, sacrificing everything for a woman. "Ha, he is just like his master, hopelessly stupid." Beside her, Shi Ruolan let out a relaxed smile. Su Yu's death made her feel at ease. Eternal stairs. The moment Su Yu entered, he entered a mysterious space. The world was a dazzling white. He was standing on a never-ending white flight of stairs. There were stairs in front and behind him. In this world, there were only stairs left. Su Yu tried to walk a few steps, but there was no change at the end. Chapter 201. With a glint in his eyes, Su Yu revolved his spirit energy. He was shocked to discover that the spirit energy had disappeared. Yes, the dantian was completely empty. There wasn't even a trace of spiritual qi left. "Yunyazi, what is going on?" Su Yu's heart skipped a beat as he asked. But there was no response for a long time. Looking down, the jade box in his robes and Yunyazi's soul had disappeared. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Even Yunyazi was gone. Carefully searching, Su Yu discovered that all items that could be used with spirit energy, such as the divine ice ring, had disappeared. He was no different from a mortal. What kind of mysterious place was the eternal stairs? After thinking for a long time, Su Yu knew that to find the answer, he could only move forward. If he could reach the final step, he might be able to resolve his predicament. After walking for half a day, Su Yu was exhausted, but there was no sign of the end of the stairs. What made Su Yu even more fearful was that he was still in the same spot. No matter how many steps he took, there would always be a few more steps in front of him. No matter how much he walked, he could not reach the end. It was as if this was an eternal world. Without spirit energy, treasures, or external help, it was as if he had been abandoned in the eternal kingdom, an endless loop on the stairs. Worse still, Su Yu felt hungry and thirsty. Without anything in his body, Su Yu would die on the stairs. No wonder it was known as the Forbidden Land of Never Returning. Stripped of spirit energy, treasures, and everything else he could rely on, walking on the path of no return, anyone would die here. I cannot die. Xiana is waiting for me. Su Yu persisted with his willpower. 2 days later. Su Yu's stomach was rumbling with hunger, his body weak. 2 days without a drop of water, his body had reached its limit. But it was the same as before. This was an eternal staircase, it was impossible to walk to the end. Plop, Su Yu slumped to the ground, his thoughts beginning to blur. This was a sign of death. No. I cannot die. Su Yu bit the tip of his tongue, trying to clear his mind. No. Since the third level exists, there must be a reason for it to exist, not to trap people to death. Furthermore, in these 2 days, I have not seen a single corpse that had fallen here. Something is amiss, and I have overlooked it. Su Yu thought as he racked his brain. After a long while, Su Yu's mind quivered. I have overlooked something very important. A reference. There is no point of reference to prove that I have advanced. All I see are snow-white stairs, so I am unable to make an accurate judgment. All the judgments that I have made that I am advancing are from my senses, and the senses can be influence. Su Yu's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his brain became faster and faster. At this moment, he needed a reference to verify his thought. Clenching his teeth, Su Yu bit his finger and let his blood drip onto the stairs. He wanted to use his blood as a reference, but it was immediately absorbed by the stairs. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu tore off another piece of cloth, dropped it on the stairs, and disappeared as well. Recalling the disappearance of the spiritual energy and the divine artifact, Su Yu muttered, "Everything that belongs to me has been assimilated by the stairs. Once I take it out, it will disappear, unless I take out external object." However, his worldly possessions had all disappeared. Su Yu had fallen into a dead end. At that moment, a bolt of lightning flashed past Su Yu's mind. He had an external object, and it was very likely that it had not disappeared. Ha! Su Yu let out a low grunt as he revolved the power of his flesh and blood to compress his abdomen. Not long after, a layer of faint black particles seeped out from his pores. This was the Black Wind Pill, the ancient pill that Su Yu had obtained in the meteorite forest. As it had lost its use, Su Yu sealed it in ice, preparing to find an opportunity to expel it from his body. It was an external object of Su Yu's, but it was hidden deep within Su Yu's abdomen. Hence, it had not been discovered by the eternal stairs. At that moment, it had been suppressed by the power of his flesh and blood, turning into particles and being expelled from his pores. A handful of black particles landed on the stairs, and indeed, they had not disappeared. In the snow-white world, the pitch-black particles were extremely eye-catching. Staring at the black particles beneath his feet, Su Yu's eyes flashed as he stepped onto the next step. However, what was strange was that even though he had clearly stepped onto another step, the black particles were still beneath his feet. Their position, shape, number of particles, and distance from his feet had not changed in the slightest. It was not that the particles had followed Su Yu as he stepped onto the next step. Instead, Su Yu was walking on the same spot. In his senses, Su Yu was moving forward. However, the black particles as a reference told Su Yu that he had been walking on the same spot for the past 2 days and 2 nights. He had not moved a single step. Something is deceiving my senses. Su Yu finally concluded the problem. At the moment when Su Yu understood, a strange scene appeared. Large black cracks appeared in the white world, as if a mirror had shattered. Crack, the white world turned into fragments, flying in all directions. Su Yu closed his eyes subconsciously. When he opened them again, he realized that he was standing in front of an ancient, broken Buddha statue. On the Buddha statue, there was a palm print, which had split it into pieces. Another palm print. At the same time, Su Yu saw a horrifying scene from the corner of his eyes. Beneath his feet, there were corpses of different ages lying in disorder. Among them, most of the clothes had the emblem of the Luxian faction on them. These are the disciples who had come here to train. They have all died here. Su Yu was shocked. Unsurprisingly, they had all died of hunger and thirst. In the white world, they had walked to their deaths, not realizing that they had not moved from their original spot. In reality, they had not moved a single step in front of the Buddha statue, and had starved to death. Only Su Yu had come to his senses, and had successfully returned to reality. After waiting bitterly for 1,000 years, there is finally someone who has gathered wisdom and opportunity to break through the final stage. A solemn voice suddenly floated into his ears. Su Yu's pupils shrank. The person who had spoken was the Buddha statue in front of him. The clay Buddha statue opened its eyes, its lips moving as it opened its mouth to speak. Fated person, as the ultimate reward of the ancient Xianyun temple, you can choose a cultivation technique to take away and cultivate, passing it down. Whoosh! 2 cultivation techniques landed in front of Su Yu. Cultivation techniques? Su Yu was curious. But when he took a closer look, he gasped. Both of them were complete immortal level cultivation techniques. The one on the left was called Devil's Pagoda, an immortal level cultivation technique of the Buddhist faction. It was split into 3 levels. Level 1, Demonic Heart. After cultivating the demonic heart, as long as the body was intact, any injuries could be healed by the demonic heart. It was the legendary Undying Heart. Level 2, Demonic Body. After cultivating the demonic body, the flesh and blood were refined to the extreme, and the body was invincible. Any missing parts could be regenerated, and it was the legendary Undying Body. Level 3, Demonic Face. After cultivating the demonic face, the demonic nature was stimulated, and the abilities of the cultivator would temporarily increase by 3 levels, allowing the cultivator to kill enemies of a higher level. After reading it, Su Yu was shocked beyond word. An undying heart and an undying body were just legends in ancient books. The heaven-defying abilities of the 3rd level, the demonic face, shocked Su Yu. A temporary increase of 3 cultivation levels? This was heaven-defying. Concealing the shock in his heart, Su Yu looked at the 2nd immortal level cultivation technique. If the first one was earth-shattering, how shocking would the second one be? Chapter 202. His gaze landed on the 2nd book. 3 Clones of Indifference, an immortal level cultivation technique of the Buddhist faction. It was divided into 3 levels. Level 1, Severing Emotions. Training to Level 1, severing the emotions in one's heart, would allow one to create a clone with the same battle power as the main body. Level 2, Killing Emotions. Training to Level 2, could create a second clone with the battle power 1 level higher than the main body. Level 2, Forgetting Emotions. Training to Level 3, could create a third clone with the battle power 1 level higher than the main body. Su Yu's mouth went dry after reading it. Training 3 clones of indifference to the final stage would allow one to create 3 clones. Furthermore, each clone was stronger than the last. 2 immortal level cultivation techniques, absolutely heaven-defying. Devil's Pagoda was known as the Undying Divine Book. 3 clones of indifference was known as the Clone Demonic Scripture. Is this the legendary immortal level cultivation technique? Su Yu was deeply shocked by its godly power. Compared to them, legacy-level cultivation techniques were like child's fighting moves. But Su Yu was always calm. After the shock, his eyes quickly regained their calm. Can I take a look at the detailed introduction? Like the difficulty and requirements of the cultivation? Su Yu asked. The Buddha statue was silent for a moment before hesitating. Sure. Hualala, the 2 immortal level cultivation techniques flipped open, detailing the cultivation difficulty. Devil's Pagoda was difficult to cultivate. Those with high levels of comprehension could cultivate Stage 1 top class in 3 years, Stage 2 top class in 10 years, and Stage 2 top class in 20 years. Hey! Su Yu raised his brows, deeply surprised. The cultivation difficulty was even lower than a normal legacy-level cultivation technique. Stage 1 top class of a normal legacy-level cultivation technique could be achieved in 5 years. Only Su Yu's glazed ice flame required tens or even hundreds of years. How could the cultivation difficulty of an immortal level cultivation technique be lower than a normal legacy-level cultivation technique? Filled with doubts, Su Yu continued reading. Cultivation requirements. Massacre. To cultivate the undying heart, one needed to swallow 99 hearts of the same level. To cultivate the undying body, one needed to eat 999 bodies of the same level. To cultivate the demonic face, one needed to refine 9,999 bodies of the same level and refine them into elixirs. Thud, thud. Suyu took a few steps back, his face turning pale with fright. Only by eating human hearts, eating human flesh, and refining human flesh pills could one cultivate. With a pale face, Suyu looked at the second book, 3 Clones of Indifferent Scripture. To cultivate the emotion-severing doppelganger, one would need to sever all familial ties. In order to cultivate the emotion-slaying clone, one had to kill all friendships. To cultivate the emotionless doppelganger, one needs to forget all love. In other words, it was necessary to sever all emotions and desires. Rub, rub, rub. Suyu took another 2 steps back. He needed to forget about his kinship with the Duke of Shenyu, forget about his friendship with Xia Jingyu, forget about his love for Qinziana, and cut off all his humanity in order to train. You've seen the cultivation technique. How do you choose? The Buddha statue gave Suyu a choice. Suyu's boiling blood froze at this moment. One immortal level cultivation method required one to eat people, while the other required one to cut off one's humanity. As a Buddhist technique, why was it so vicious and cruel? Suddenly, Suyu lowered his head and looked at the pure white bones beneath his feet. His heart turned cold. Is there really a Buddha in front of me? Was the cultivation technique that he had imparted truly a Buddhist cultivation technique? Answer. The Buddha statue urged. Suyu took a deep breath. The last bit of passion in his eyes was extinguished, returning to his usual coldness. I refuse. Why? Among the immortal level cultivation techniques, they are considered the best. They can help you stand at the top of the continent. The Buddha statue was slightly stunned. Suyu calmly shook his head. Becoming a strong martial artist is my life's goal. But sacrificing what I love, what I cherish, losing my humanity, devouring human flesh, and becoming a demonic being is not what I want. In life, the most beautiful thing was not the moment when one stood at the top. It was the scenery along the way. The scenery Suyu had seen along the way was the people he had met and the unforgettable emotions. Hence, even if the 2 immortal level cultivation techniques were shocking, Suyu's heart would still tell him how to choose. But the Buddha statue was silent for a moment before revealing a smile. Congratulations, you have passed the final test. Hey! Suyu was stunned. Wasn't the eternal stairs the ultimate test of the ancient Xianyun temple? Creak. Suddenly, in front of the Buddha statue, the Devil's Pagoda mantra and the 3 Clones of Indifference shattered like a mirror, turning into countless fragments. Like the eternal stairs, the fragments disappeared. These 2 books are the most evil demonic techniques of the world. They have long been destroyed in time and space. What you saw was merely an illusion. Even the ancient temple does not have a complete volume, only a remnant of it. Suyu was stunned, feeling slightly disappointed. He had thought that he was fortunate enough to see a complete immortal level cultivation technique. But thinking about it, Suyu understood. In the hundreds of years of the Luxian faction, they had only obtained a remnant volume of an immortal level cultivation technique. If a mere disciple like him could easily obtain 2 complete volumes, it would be too unbelievable. Using the demonic technique is a test for you. If you can withstand the temptation of the demonic technique, you will pass. The Buddha statue revealed a smile. The corpses beneath your feet did not die at the eternal stairs. When they were on the brink of death, they would naturally be transported here from the eternal stairs to accept the demonic technique's temptation test. But it is a pity that no one could pass the test. They chose the demonic technique and stayed here to comprehend it, unwilling to leave and dying of hunger and thirst. Suyu was stunned. He had thought that these people had died from being trapped in the eternal stairs. He did not expect them to die from their greed. It was no wonder. How shocking was an immortal level cultivation technique? How could a normal disciple protect their spirits when encountering it? If they cultivated to the point of being possessed and refused to be transported out, They would die of hunger and thirst in the ancient temple without food or water. You have outstanding intelligence, seeing through the mysteries of the eternal stairs. You have righteousness in your heart, resisting the temptation of the demonic technique. You are the best candidate to inherit the legacy. Crack, the Buddha statue cracked, about to shatter. A weak but gratified sigh came from within the Buddha statue. After so many years, my mission has finally been completed. Junior, take it. Whoosh, within the crack, a ball of green light floated in front of Su Yu. Su Yu was slightly stunned. He grabbed the ball of light and a remnant volume appeared in his palm. Buddhist Saints 8 characters? What technique is this? Su Yu was surprised. The remnant volume was completely golden, made of an unknown material. But it was only 3 pages long. Apart from the book's title, there was no indication of the level of the technique. Junior, I hope that you will gain something in your lifetime. Even the master of the ancient temple could not successfully cultivate this scroll. You, take it. I have guarded it for 1,000 years and have not let you down, hey. A desolate sigh pierced through the small palace. Pooh, a sound of destruction could be heard from within the Buddha statue. That was the sound of a soul being destroyed. Su Yu thanked the Buddha. Thank you, Elder, for the scroll. Within the empty crowd, only Su Yu was left. But Su Yu did not immediately flip through the mysterious ancient scroll. Instead, he bent down and examined the corpses on the ground. One of them was definitely the disciple who had brought the phoenix blood elixir into the temple. Seniors, sorry for offending you. Su Yu was nervous and filled with anticipation. Divine ice threads shot out, cutting their clothes. Creak, the sky was filled with torn clothes flying everywhere. Their belongings were also lifted. Su Yu revolved his crystalline pupils, observing down to the smallest detail. Suddenly, a jade box flew out from the clothes of one of the fresher corpses. Within the jade box, there was a bright red elixir burning with a faint flame. Shreds of pure, scorching energy penetrated the jade box. The masculine energy filled the surroundings, causing the dark and damp palace to feel warm. Phoenix blood elixir. The masculine energy that Xiana urgently needed proved that this was the phoenix blood elixir that Su Yu had been searching for. Hard work paid off. After many twists and turns, Su Yu had finally found the phoenix blood elixir. After decades, even though the medicinal effects were much weaker, it was the only hope of saving Xiana. Even with Su Yu's calmness, he could not help but be overjoyed. No one knew how much suffering he had gone through to obtain this elixir. He had obtained the faction's trust, fought for a spot in the competition, and fought against the geniuses of the faction. He had carried out the mission at the Wolong snowfield, faced many dangers, entered the abyss of Wutong, and fought for the right to enter the ancient Xianyun temple. He had entered the eternal stairs with the determination to die. Finally, he had finally found the phoenix blood elixir. Whoosh, Su Yu was excited, flying toward it. But just as Su Yu was about to grab it, a cheerful and childish singing came from afar. 2 little bees, flying among the flowers, buzzing, 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 I eat, eat. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a bird the size of a duck, covered in colorful feathers, its body burning with raging flames. It was bouncing and chasing after the 2 little bees, charging into the palace. Its actions were clumsy, cute, and adorable. Furthermore, its appearance was gorgeous. Su Yu had never seen such a beautiful flaming bird. Suddenly, the adorable bird's eyes turned, suddenly looking at the phoenix blood elixir. Its singing stopped abruptly, replaced by a joyful voice. RRR, such pure phoenix blood, I want to eat it. Not good. Su Yu's expression changed, the divine ice threads wrapped around the jade box. Just as Su Yu was about to pull it back, the adorable bird glared, angrily muttering, "You stole my snacks, bad guy." Pooh, the adorable bird opened its mouth and spat out a ball of red raging flames. Bang, a scene that made Su Yu gasp appeared. The divine ice threads were broken. The divine artifact divine ice threads had been melted by a tiny bit of flame. What kind of terrifying flame could destroy a divine artifact? From within the flame, Su Yu could feel an aura of destruction that made his skin crawl, an aura that surpasses the dragon realm. It was a terrifying aura that was even more terrifying than the white tiger. Su Yu's scalp turned numb. The white tiger of the second level, the firebird of the third level. Each was more terrifying than the other. Was the ancient Xianyun temple really just a training ground for the Luxian faction? Whoosh, the firebird looked clumsy, but in that instant, it sliced through the air as if it had teleported to the front of the jade box. With a bite from its small beak, the jade box shattered. The phoenix blood elixir tumbled out. Wow, the firebird opened its beak with a smile, swallowing the elixir on the spot. Its small eyes squinted, happily closing its eyes in enjoyment. Hehe, it's delicious. No. My. Phoenix blood elixir. Su Yu cried out in shock. The phoenix blood elixir that he had worked so hard for had been eaten by a bird. Crack, Su Yu's heart felt as if something had shattered. He knew that it was the hope to save Xiana. The moment he lost the phoenix blood elixir, Su Yu also lost Xiana. The only phoenix blood elixir that could save Xiana was eaten just like that. Su Yu's pupils gradually dilated, as if he was a puppet that had lost its soul. His mind was blank. If he lost the phoenix blood elixir, who would save Xiana? Could it be that he would have to watch Xiana die a month later? No. Su Yu's chest burned with unwillingness, as if it wanted to burn him into ashes. He had destroyed all the hardships and worked so hard. How could he let everything go to waste? I'll kill you. There was still time. Before the elixir was digested, he would cut open the firebird's stomach and retrieve the elixir. Even if the effects of the elixir had weakened, it was enough. But Su Yu, who had sunk into madness, still maintained his rationality. The firebird was too strong. It was so strong that it could be erased from the world with a thought. At that moment, the satisfied firebird was hopping toward the outside of the temple. Creak, Su Yu took out a bottle of 5-color spiritual liquid. It was the 5-color honey. He quickly poured out half of it and hid the other half in his robes. Hualala, hualala. Hey, it smells so good. The firebird's cheerful song stopped abruptly, turning around in surprise. Her 2 black eyes stared, drool dripping from the corners of her mouth. It smells so good, I want to eat, I want to eat. Crash, the firebird flashed over once again, pecking with all its might with its sharp beak. In no time, it had swallowed all of the 5-color honey on the ground. Its eyes were filled with excitement, intoxication written all over its face. Its legs swayed as it groaned dizzily at Su Yu. I want to eat more. Hand it over. I'll rob you. Su Yu's expression turned serious. It had consumed half a bottle, but it was still not drunk. It had been unconscious for half a month. Su Yu's eyes flashed as he took out the last half of the bottle. Wow. The firebird was pleasantly surprised. It broke the jade bottle with its beak, opening its mouth to swallow the whole 5-color honey. Oh. So delicious. So many little stars after eating. The firebird swayed, spinning on the spot, shouting drunkenly. I want more. The firebird was still not completely drunk. Su Yu was anxious. He had used up all of the 5-color honey, but the firebird was still not drunk. Su Yu could only cut open the stomach of the fainted firebird. Chapter 203. Quick, hand it over, or I will burn you. The firebird mumbled innocently. Suddenly, Su Yu's gaze flickered. There are still 3 bottles. They were snatched away by the white tiger on the second level. It has a whole pool of honey in its house. You can have as many as you want. A whole pool. The firebird's black eyes glowed. I want to go to Xiao Hu's house, Xiao Hu's house. The firebird stumbled as it left the palace. Su Yu followed closely. He then realized that the third level was actually a piece of sky. Behind him, an ancient temple that was extremely similar to the ancient Xianyun temple in the outside world floated quietly among the clouds. This was the true core of the ancient temple. The firebird flew around randomly, unable to find the exit. After a while, it tilted its head and mumbled angrily, I forgot that I cannot return to the second level without an advancement stone. There were 3 levels in the ancient Xianyun temple. One could only enter the higher levels from the lower levels. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. The firebird's words were clear. It was a sign that it was gradually awakening. What a strong body. It had recovered so quickly after consuming 2/3 of the 5-color honey. He could not wait any longer. I have a way to get to the first level. Suyu took out 2 advancement stones. In the last meteorite, Suyu finally obtained 2 advancement stones. After crushing it, he could be transported to the second level. This technique could be used on the third level as well. Advancement stone? You are a good person. Quick, 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 I want to find Xiao Hu. The Firebird urged anxiously. Suyu nodded, crushing 2 advancement stones at the same time. Creak, the space shifted. The 2 of them left the third level and entered the Sky Garden on the second level. Furthermore, it was at the bottom of the eternal stairs. The white tiger had been waiting there. The moment Suyu descended, it let out a ferocious laugh. Damned ant. You are really tenacious, to come back alive. Die. But the white tiger's voice stopped abruptly. Its eyes fixed on the small Firebird beside Suyu. Ah, it's you, Firebird. You actually disobeyed your master's orders and left the third level. Master? Who was the Firebird's master? The Firebird was dizzy. When it saw the white tiger, it flew over angrily. Hand over the 5-color honey, or I will burn you to death. Wait. The white tiger's gaze turned serious and landed on Suyu. At once, it had an ominous glint. Damned thing, did you trick her into leaving the third level and lure her to deal with me? Humph. He's a good man, a very good man. If you say bad things about him, then you're a bad tiger. I'll burn you to death. The Firebird swayed and spat out a ball of flame. The white tiger's expression changed drastically, and its eyes were filled with rare fear. World-extinguishing thunderbolt. The terrifying thunderbolt had almost turned Suyu into ashes with just a wisp of it. Now, thousands of lightning bolts were attacking the Firebird at the same time. However, no one knew what the Firebird's flames were. The terrifying black lightning was turned into nothingness by the flames. Boom. The white tiger was engulfed in flames and let out a blood-curdling screech. Suddenly, the ancient temple sensed that the white tiger was in mortal danger. It condensed a layer of white light and teleported it out. No. The white tiger roared angrily. It had a mission to complete, so how could it be forced to leave? However, the teleportation was imminent, so it could only struggle in vain. Finally, his ferocious gaze landed on Suyu's body. Damned thing. You ruined Master's plans. You'll die a horrible death. Rumble. Finally, it was teleported away. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was shocked by the Firebird's abilities. However, Suyu let out a bitter laugh. He had wanted the Firebird to fight the white tiger, but the white tiger had been defeated in one move. Hihi, let's go to Xiaohu's house. The Firebird cheered excitedly, wobbling as it flew toward the deepest part of the Sky Garden. Suyu clenched his teeth and followed. The last fence was where the ice and fire divine herbs were planted. Back then, from 50 miles away, Suyu had activated the cultivation technique in his body with just a sniff. Its effects were nature-defying, far surpassing the icy flames. However, with the white tiger's protection, no one could covet it. Descending beyond the fence, the fragrance assaulted his senses. Taking a sniff, Suyu's eyes glowed with surprise. The 3 ice-based cultivation techniques were activated at high speeds at the same time. If he were to comprehend them now, Suyu was confident that he could break through to stage 3 within half a month. What kind of divine herb was this, for it to be so terrifying? However, Suyu's mission was the phoenix blood elixir in the Firebird's stomach. The Firebird excitedly charged into the yard. However, an invisible wall caused the Firebird to groan in pain as it was repelled. Looking over, it was a powerful transparent light screen, protecting the fence in the middle. Suyu gasped. Even an existence like the Firebird was repelled. RRR, I'm so angry. How dare you block my way, I'll burn you to death. The Firebird angrily opened its mouth, spitting out terrifying flames. The flames that had instantly destroyed the white tiger engulfed the area. Crackle, the light screen shook violently, emitting a burning sound. A crack had been burned out, but the light screen was extremely powerful. With a sudden flick, it repelled all the flames. The Firebird was drunk and caught off guard. In a daze, It was hit by its own flames. Rumble under the violent shockwave, the firebird was smashed into the ground. Suyu looked over. The firebird was unscathed, not a single strand of hair missing. But under the effects of the intense impact and the 5-color honey, it had fallen unconscious. Suyu was overjoyed. This was the situation he wanted. Whoosh! Suyu flew closer, taking out a dagger, wanting to cut open the firebird's chest. But as the dagger neared, he hesitated. The firebird was charmingly naive, but he was hesitant. The firebird did not seem ferocious. Compared to the white tiger, it was kinder. Even though he was not a good person, he did not wish to kill the innocent. But thinking of Xiana, Suyu bit his teeth, finally waving the dagger. Sorry, for the phoenix blood elixir. As Suyu was waving the dagger, Yunyazi's voice came from his chest. If you wish to find the phoenix blood elixir, it's too late. With its digestive abilities, the elixir would have been digested the moment it entered its mouth. Suyu froze, the dagger in his hand slipping silently. Already digested. Suyu's body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes dimming, as if he had lost his light and was about to die. At this moment, Suyu's body was cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He had finally managed to make the firebird faint, only to receive such an answer. Heavens! Do you really want to kill me? Suyu let out a furious roar. At the end of the day, he had still lost. In the battle at the icy azure lake, all his hard work had gone to waste. Can you tell me why you are so obsessed with the phoenix blood elixir? For that woman called Xiana? Yunyazi had been paying attention to everything that was happening outside. He faintly knew that Suyu's goal was the phoenix blood elixir, to save the girl called Xiana. Suyu was absent-minded, muttering to himself like a puppet. Hearing this, Yunyazi smacked his lips. Oh, so it's because the phoenix of death constitution requires phoenix blood to replenish itself. Hence, it needs a drop of phoenix blood refined from the phoenix blood elixir? Suyu nodded blankly, his face full of sorrow. But it's all too late. The last drop of phoenix blood is gone. Who knew that Yunyazi would laugh heartily after hearing this? His laughter was clear, as if he had heard a joke. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. I have not heard such a joke in a long time. Suyu laughed at himself. That's right, what a joke. In the end, it's just a meaningless struggle. No. What I'm saying is that you have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Yunyazi looked as if he had not laughed so heartily in a long time, to the point that he could not stop laughing. He. This is the first time I've seen a real phoenix placed in front of you, yet you want to cut open the phoenix's stomach to retrieve the phoenix blood elixir. All for a drop of phoenix blood that is so weak that it can be ignored. Suyu's body trembled, lowering his head to look at the firebird beneath his feet in disbelief. His eyes widened. You're saying that this silly firebird is the legendary immortal spirit? The legendary phoenix? Suyu found this answer hard to believe. Yunyazi mocked. What do you think? Suyu looked closely. The firebird had colorful wings and its body was covered in flames. Wasn't this the description of the legendary phoenix? But it was not as magnificent and elegant as it was depicted. This is indeed a phoenix, but it is not a real spirit. There are no real spirits in the Zhenlong continent. This phoenix has only inherited 1% of the bloodline of the real phoenix. Yunyazi shook his head. In reality, the legendary immortal spirits in the Zhenlong continent are mostly spiritual beasts that have inherited the bloodline of the real spirit. Real spirits do not exist in the Zhenlong continent. But 1% of the bloodline is more than enough to save your little girlfriend 100 times over. Yunyazi smiled. Suyu's mouth went dry. He had actually encountered a real phoenix. A phoenix that only existed in ancient books, a legendary phoenix. Then should I release its blood? Suyu was excited. Yunyazi waved his hands. No need. The most precious part of the phoenix are the 3 feathers on its tail. They contain more than 30% of the blood of the real spirit. You can just take the feathers. If you kill this phoenix, I'm afraid there will be trouble. After all, the phoenix was a spirit with a master. If he killed it, its master would seek revenge in the future, and there would be no turning back. Moreover, To possess a spiritual being like the phoenix, its master's abilities were unimaginable. Su Yu's eyes flashed as he took the 3 feathers from the phoenix's tail. The feathers contained a layer of scorching red liquid. It was the purest blood of the real phoenix. Xiana, you can be saved. Su Yu's heart was thumping, his emotions unprecedentedly excited. Xiana's life was like a mountain pressing on Su Yu's heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. Now, he had finally gotten what he deserved. Su Yu's eyes flashed as he threw the unconscious phoenix into the 3rd level of the eternal stairs. Without an advancement stone, it could not leave. Su Yu returned to the fence. He stared at the ice and fire herbs, his eyes filled with anticipation. Elder Yunyazi, what are these divine herbs? Su Yu stared at the icy divine herb, his eyes glowing. His instincts told him that if he consumed the icy divine herb, his 3 ice-based cultivation techniques would reach the top class. Yunyazi calmly said, "It is a true divine herb called the Icefire Dragon Herb. It is incomparable to your divine dragon herb. In terms of value, it is about the same as a legendary-level cultivation technique." Rumble, Su Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Deity, legendary-level cultivation technique? Martial cultivation techniques were divided into low, medium, high, saint, and deity levels. Spirit-level techniques were divided into legacy, immortal, and legendary level. Su Yu had not even come into contact with a real immortal-level cultivation technique. At this moment, there were 2 divine herbs that were worth the same as a legendary-level cultivation technique in front of him. Yes, the value is about the same, Yunyazi calmly said. You should be able to exchange one of them for a remnant of a legendary-level cultivation technique. Su Yu's heart was thumping, his blood boiling, but at this moment, Yunyazi poured a bucket of cold water on him, leisurely saying, "But I advise you not to think about it." Chapter 204. Su Yu was experienced in the ways of the world, so he understood immediately. "Elder, do you mean that the owner of the divine herb is so powerful that I cannot provoke him?" Su Yu was deep in thought. That's right, a white tiger that possesses a true spirit bloodline and has cultivated the legendary Icefire Dragon transforming grass. Given its strength, it should be a legend of the continent. If one were to obtain it, they would definitely be killed. Su Yu muttered to himself. A legendary figure? A legend that stood at the peak of the continent, a legend that he had to look up to? After a moment, Su Yu passed through the crack in the light screen, took out the exquisite jade shovel, and started digging the Icefire Dragon grass. "Aren't you afraid of being hunted down?" Yunyazi was surprised. Su Yu raised his head to look at the clouds. A gentle breeze caressed his silver hair. "If I was afraid, I would still be on Shenyu Island, a seagull in the world. How would I be where I am today?" Su Yu's expression was calm. His martial arts heart had never been extinguished. No one could stop him on his path to the Tao. Ha 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 ha. As expected of my, Yunyazi's, disciple. I like it. Yunyazi laughed heartily. Caution is undoubtedly the magic treasure of safety, but sharpness is the true shortcut to success. Work hard. I look forward to the day when you become a legend of the continent. Su Yu's gaze shot toward the 9 heavens. His eyes were sharp and resolute, and he murmured softly, "Definitely, I must become a legend and control my own destiny." After saying this, Su Yu sat down cross-legged. In front of him were 2 stalks of spiritual herbs, the divine dragon grass and the Icefire Dragon transformation grass. There was also the final reward of the eternal stairway, the incomplete 3-page Buddhist Saints 8 characters. "Elder, is the Buddhist Saints 8 characters a legacy-level cultivation technique?" Su Yu flipped through the title page. It was a sound wave cultivation technique. Su Yu was very interested. This was the first time he had come into contact with such a cultivation technique. A strange expression appeared on Yunyazi's face. "Legacy? If the master of the ancient temple knew of your words, he would probably open the lid of his coffin and come out to strangle you to death. After all, he was once a strong practitioner who had surpassed the realm of dragon. How could the ultimate reward he left behind be just an inheritance?" Whoosh, Su Yu's palm trembled. Fortunately, he did not throw the remnant book away. His pupils shrank and his heart thumped wildly. Does this mean that this is an immortal-level cultivation technique? This was the first time Su had come into contact with a relatively complete immortal-level cultivation technique. How could he not be shocked? Unexpectedly, Yazi ridiculed in an unfathomable manner, "Why don't you guess upwards?" Buzz buzz buzz, Su's mind buzzed, and his whole body trembled. He said in disbelief, "You mean that this is a legendary-level cultivation technique?" "He, it is indeed a mythological remnant scroll. Moreover, it is a middle-grade mythological remnant scroll. In terms of value, it was even more valuable than the Icefire Dragon transformation grass. That bald donkey's remnant soul wasn't stingy at all. He gave you an incredible reward." Su's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. At this moment, he could hear his heart pounding like a galloping horse's hooves. It was actually at the mythical level. According to the legends, this was the ultimate level of cultivation techniques, the mythical level, surpassing the true spirit, the supreme mythical level. At this moment, he felt like he was dreaming. However, don't celebrate too early. The remnant of the bald donkey's soul wasn't able to successfully cultivate it when he was alive. It's clear that it's extremely difficult. You'd better be mentally prepared. Yazi poured cold water on him at the right time. Su woke up from his daze. His palm trembled slightly, and he flipped it open excitedly. Buddhist Saints 8 characters, a sound wave cultivation technique. It has a total of 4 levels, and the last 3 levels have been lost, leaving only the first level. It's split into 4 levels: novice, minor accomplishment, greater accomplishment, and perfection. Every level of a legendary cultivation technique had an additional novice level. It was obvious how difficult it was to cultivate. The 4 levels increase in power. The specific power depends on the user's cultivation level. If you are at the Dragon Realm and have cultivated the cultivation technique to the novice level, you can kill enemies 4 levels above you. Su's pupils shrunk, his heart filled with shock. Just at the novice level, he could kill enemies 4 levels above him. In other words, if he had cultivated the technique to the novice level, Su, who was at Dragon Realm level 1 upper tier, could easily crush anyone below Dragon Realm level 5 upper tier. The glazed ice flame was said to be the strongest among the legacy techniques. However, even if it was cultivated to top class, it could only kill enemies 1 level above him. But a legendary cultivation technique was already so powerful at the novice level. How powerful would the minor accomplishment, upper class, and top class be? The cultivation difficulty is only suitable for people with powerful levels of comprehension. You can cultivate to the novice level within 50 years, lower class within 100 years, upper class within 500 years, and stage 1 top class within 1,000 years. Cultivating to the novice level for 50 years, even if time was accelerated 200 times, would take 3 months. Lower class for 100 years would take half a year. Upper class for 500 years would take 2.5 years. Top class for 1,000 years would take 5 years. Even with Su's cheating cultivation, he still needed such a long time, let alone a normal person. A legendary cultivation technique was indeed not something that normal people could cultivate. Only the legendary ones could come into contact with it. His eyes were filled with excitement, Su's confidence multiplied. If he could cultivate it to a certain level, even if he encountered a legendary person, he would still be able to put up a fight. Calming himself, he looked at the divine dragon plant and the icefire dragon transforming grass. You can consume the divine dragon plant now. I believe that it will greatly improve your abilities. As for the icefire dragon transforming grass, if you do not want to die from the effects of the medicine, the root hair on the stem is the limit of your digestion. Su was shocked. A root hair could cause him to explode. As expected of a legendary level divine herb. I know. Su nodded. He consumed the root hair of the divine dragon plant and the icefire dragon transforming grass at the same time. The former was a powerful energy, the latter was an endless chill. Using both methods simultaneously, Su's cultivation level and the 3 books of ice-based cultivation techniques were trained simultaneously. While he was cultivating. In the outside world, at the edge of the ocean, There were only 3 elders guarding the ancient Xianyun temple to receive the remaining disciples. The faction master and the rest of the elders and disciples had all returned to the faction. Because an unexpected person had returned. In the faction master's palace, the faction master was surprised, his face filled with joy. Haha, 4th elder, you are blessed to be safe and sound, congratulations. After a month, the 4th elder had finally returned from the abyss of Wutong. His cultivation level had barely recovered to Dragon Realm level 3 lower tier. I am indebted to the faction master and all the elders for their kindness. I did not die and escaped with much difficulty just to report a disciple. The 4th elder looked around, full of righteousness. The faction master was slightly surprised, sitting upright. 4th elder, which disciple are you reporting? Why are you reporting? The person I am reporting is the inner sanctum disciple, Su Yu. The reason for my report is that he colluded with the Empire of Darkness and exposed the abyss of Wutong, causing many of our faction's outstanding disciples to be captured. Han Ji's expression sank. What? Su Yu is a traitor of the faction. The rest of the elders were bewildered. What evidence do you have? The faction master's expression was grave. The abyss of Wutong had suffered heavy losses. There was a traitor. The 4th elder coldly said, the evidence is obvious. Everyone here knows what happened to Xia Jingyu. She willingly joined the Empire of Darkness and became the enemy's pawn. As for Su Yu, according to my investigation, he came from Shenyu Island at the same time as Xia Jingyu and they were best friend. That day, Su Yu strongly requested to enter the abyss of Wutong to scout for the location of the Empire of Darkness. Everyone had their suspicions after connecting the cause and effect. A bunch of nonsense. Suddenly, a cold and light voice reverberated in the silent palace. Mo Wu's eyes were filled with disgust. Others might not know who the traitor was, but she had personally experienced it. The traitor is obviously Tang Yishuan. You saw it with your own eyes. Why are you slandering him? Mo Wu lightly reprimanded. She could not forgive Su Yu, who had risked his life for Xiana, for being slandered. The 4th elder's eyes were filled with disdain and he sternly scolded, do you have the right to interrupt when the elders are talking? You have no upbringing. Are you saying that I am not a good teacher? The 2nd elder's ugly face was extremely frightening. The 4th elder was slightly sluggish. His heart was filled with fear, but he forced himself to remain calm. I am only speaking the truth. Wu, go and slap him. Pay him back for how he insulted you. The 2nd elder's eyelids drooped as she casually said. If he dares to retaliate, I will do it. The 4th elder was furious. How dare you? Whoosh, Mo Wu's face was cold as she flew over. She raised her hand and looked like she was about to slap him. Stop it. The faction master had no choice but to intervene. He reprimanded, 4th elder, Mo Wu is already a prospective elder. Please show some respect. Mo Wu, who was at Dragon Realm level 2 peak, was not far from the standard of a Dragon Realm level 3 elder. If you say another word of disrespect, I will tear your mouth apart. The 2nd elder calmly grunted, Wu, continue. Mo Wu nodded. Also, in the forbidden land of the abyss of Wutong, the 4th elder took all the treasures for himself and did not hand them over to the faction. There was such a thing. Swoosh, 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 numerous gazes shot toward the 4th elder in unison. The faction master's face darkened. Is there such a thing? Faced with coercion, the 4th elder secretly revealed a cold smile and shouted that he was innocent. Faction master, I took the risk of being captured and took the treasures of the forbidden land away in advance. I was actually slandered. Hualala, the 4th elder shook out a lot of treasures from his chest. They were all cultivation techniques. There were more than 50 remnant volumes of legacy cultivation techniques. There were 10 complete volumes of legacy cultivation techniques. The most shocking thing was that there were actually 4 remnant volumes of immortal level cultivation techniques. What? 4 remnant volumes of immortal level cultivation techniques? Everyone in the hall was shocked. In the past 100 years, the faction had only obtained 1 remnant volume of immortal level cultivation technique. As it was too incomplete, no one cultivated it. At this moment, there were actually 4 of them. The 4th elder's face was filled with grievance. I swallowed these and kept a portion of them. The rest were taken away by the sub-palace deputy palace master of the Empire of Darkness. But at this moment, no one was listening to his explanation. Everyone's gaze was attracted by the 4 remnant volumes of immortal level cultivation technique. Wow! The faction master took action and took the 4 immortal level cultivation techniques. But the Great Elder did not care about the situation and took action. Great Elder, do you still respect me as the faction master? The faction master's expression changed. Although he had a conflict with the Great Elder, it was the first time he fought with him in public. Haha, the items in the abyss of Wutong, everyone who sees it has a share. It does not belong to the faction master alone. The Great Elder smiled insincerely and raised his hand to grab it. The second elder's pale eyes moved slightly and her lips curled into a faint smile. When she appeared again, the second elder was actually in front of the faction master and the Great Elder. The speed of her movement technique was faster than the two of them. She stretched out her hand and held 2 remnant volumes of immortal level cultivation techniques in her palm. The faction master and the Great Elder's expressions changed. Each of them only grabbed one. Unique skill of the Shantian manner, half immortal level cultivation technique, Flying Shadow 3 transformations. The Great Elder's eyes turned gloomy. There were many experts in the Shantian manner. Among them, a portion of the incomplete immortal level cultivation techniques that could not be cultivated were changed into legacy cultivation techniques. Its power was above legacy cultivation techniques and was known as half-immortal level cultivation techniques. Chapter 205. The second elder ignored her and flipped through the books. Then, he casually threw a book to Mo Wu. You're lucky. This book is suitable for you. Take it. Mo Wu took it and looked at it. It was the Song of the Breeze of Sword. Thank you, teacher. Mo Wu was extremely excited. How terrifying would the might of an immortal level cultivation technique be? What made Mo Wu even more pleasantly surprised was that the sword technique came with a piece of comprehension. She would be able to save tens of years of comprehension and achieve rapid mastery in a short period of time. This was like a timely rein for the upcoming alliance meeting. It's a pity that this book is not suitable for Su Yu. The second elder was disappointed. She stuffed the other book into her robes. How could he hand it over to Mo Wu so easily? On the other hand, the faction leader and the Grand Elder immediately flipped through the book after receiving it. Their eyes were burning with passion, and they had no intention of handing it over to their disciples. Ji Hongxue and Shen Jiuyin were so jealous that their expressions kept changing. After a while, the sect master coughed softly. We'll inspect it first before handing it over to someone suitable for cultivation. The appearance of an immortal level cultivation method shook the entire sect, causing such an absurd scene. Sect master, do you believe what I've said? The fourth elder, who had been left to the side, asked calmly. The sect master hesitated. Handing over the treasures did not mean that Mo Wu was lying. The corners of the fourth elder's mouth formed an obscure cold smile as he continued, that Su Yu colluded with the Empire of Darkness and stole an exceptional divine treasure from the Forbidden Grounds. I swear on my life that this is not a lie. Please take it back, sect master. If he, the fourth elder, could not obtain Yun Yaz's soul, then that little bastard Su Yu should not even think about obtaining it. These words caused the sovereign's heart to beat fiercely. How could he not know the choice between the divine treasure and Su Yu's innocence? Humph. Hanji scoffed coldly. I suggest that we wait for him to come out and execute him on the spot. The great elder nodded slightly. Take back the divine treasure before killing him. It doesn't matter if he dies, but we can't lose the divine treasure. The third elder also nodded. This old man also agrees. Such scoundrels should be severely punished by the sect. His disciple, Long Fan, had been defeated by Su Yu. As such, the third elder harbored hatred in his heart. Me too. Many elders expressed their opinions in unison. Su Yu's possession of precious treasures had stirred up the darkness in their hearts, causing them to have great murderous intents. Everyone in the faction wanted to take Su Yu's life and get a share of the spoils. Even the second elder's expression changed when he heard this. In the face of benefits, regardless of whether Su Yu was innocent or not, he would not be able to escape the torture of the faction. Master, Mo Wu was anxious. If Su Yu returned without knowing what was going on, the consequences. The entire faction wanted to kill Su Yu. I know what I'm doing, the second elder said faintly. Helplessness flashed across his pale eyes. The sect master hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. If he really betrays his master, I will personally kill him. If he can come back. Su Yu's fate was sealed by the return of the fourth elder. In addition, the 4 core disciples will prepare to head to the Alliance to participate in the grand tournament. Whether or not you can enter the Shantian Manor will depend on your luck. The sect master said seriously. As for the 4 true spirit remnant scrolls, give them to the 4 core disciples. I hope they can increase your chances of winning. This was to officially take the true spirit fragments from the first elder and second elder. The other elders naturally agreed. 1 month passed by slowly. Su Yu rested in the sky garden, which was filled with spirit energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Su Yu, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. A ray of light that seemed to have substance caused the air to tremble. He slowly opened his mouth, forming a flat shape. Lin. With a word, a sound wave that seemed to have substance shot into the sky from his mouth. At that moment, heaven and earth roared, deafening. The word Lin was like a sound that could split heaven and earth apart. The air trembled, hundreds of sparks flying. The rocks along the way could not withstand the vibrations of the sound wave, shattering with a rumble. The Dragon Realm Level 2 spiritual beasts in the garden fled in fear. The ground beneath Su Yu cracked with a rumble, nearly sinking him into the ground. A shred of reverberation struck the light screen, unexpectedly rebounding and landing on Su Yu. Rumble, the reverberation sent Su Yu flying dozens of meters, causing his blood to boil. After a long time, the heaven-shaking reverberation finally dissipated. But 50 miles away, in the Jade Lake, the sleeping eel suddenly woke up. Its eyes were filled with unprecedented seriousness. Even the encirclement of the 4 core disciples had not caused it to become serious. Just a shred of reverberation had such a shocking effect. What a terrifying power! Su Yu flew dozens of meters back, a little shocked. Buddhist Saints' 8 characters had only scratched the surface of the technique after a month of 200 times acceleration. But just a little of it had such a shocking and terrifying effect. However, the burning pain in his throat and his trembling body told Su Yu that it was not a good idea. At Su Yu's level, using it multiple times would cause great harm to his body. While the sound wave injured the enemy, it would also affect him. It was a technique that dealt 1,000 damage to the enemy and 100 damage to oneself. But compared to the losses, it was definitely worth it to be able to gain a terrifying amount of power in a short period of time. His gains were not limited to this. After a month of training, under the effect of the cold energy contained in the roots of the Icefire Dragon Transformation Grass, Glazed Ice Flame, Icy Divine Wings, and Sigh of Ice were all cultivated to the top class. The amount of spirit energy he could store was 3 times that of others of the same level. His ice-based attacks were extremely powerful. The Icy Divine Wings had finally reached its 3rd form, the ultimate form. And under the effects of the Dragon Transformation Grass, Su Yu's cultivation level had increased by leaps and bounds. From Dragon Realm Level 1 upper tier to Dragon Realm Level 2 peak. The power of the Divine Dragon Grass was beyond his imagination. He had never consumed the Black Dragon Grass before, hence the effects of the Divine Dragon Grass were perfect. Coupled with the abundant spirit energy in this place, his cultivation level, which should have broken through to Dragon Realm Level 2 upper tier, had unexpectedly increased once again. Finally, the roots of the Icefire Dragon Transformation Grass, which also contained powerful energy, had settled into his blood vessels. This allowed Su Yu to surpass his expectations and reach Dragon Realm Level 2 peak, only 1 step away from Dragon Realm Level 3. If he could absorb the energy of the Icefire Dragon Transformation Grass that settled his blood vessels, he could easily break through to Dragon Realm Level 3. He had never felt so powerful before, causing Su Yu's confidence to multiply. It is time to return to the faction and settle the score. Su Yu stood up, his silver hair dancing wildly, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Whoosh, 2 months had passed. Su Yu and the other disciples were enveloped by a space energy and left the ancient Xianyun temple. Su Yu heard a rumble as his feet touched the ground. The ancient Xianyun temple once again entered the clouds of the 9 heavens, disappearing into the vast sea. Evil creature, kneel. Su Yu had just landed when a cold voice entered his ears. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the 3 elders who had stayed behind had surrounded him. The 7th elder, the 8th elder, and the 9th elder. The 3 of them were surprised and delighted. They did not expect Su Yu, who had entered the eternal stairs, to be able to return. Su Yu creased his brows. He had a bad premonition from their unfriendly gazes. Are you deaf? I told you to kneel. The 7th elder's eyes were cold. I, Su Yu, am flattered that the 3 elders had to take action. I wonder what crime I have committed. Su Yu laughed with his hands behind his back. The disciples who had come out with him were confused. What crime had Su Yu committed for the 3 elders to take action? Evil creature that deceived your master and destroyed your ancestors, do you have the right to question the elders? The 7th elder ignored Su Yu's questioning, giving a furious grunt as he struck out with his palm. How strong was the ability of Dragon Realm Level 4 upper tier? Furthermore, his attack was fierce and ruthless, with no intention of holding back. Su Yu did not understand why he was surrounded and attacked by the 3 elders. But the other party was ruthless, and Su Yu's tolerance was unnecessary. He could not help but laugh angrily with his hands behind his back. Fine. I already had the intention to leave the Luxian faction. This is just bringing it forward. You 3 old things, don't force my hand. Evil creature that deceived your master and destroyed your ancestors, you have no respect for your elders. The 7th elder and the other 2 elders were furious. Su Yu laughed coldly. No respect for elders? Who do you think you are? Do you have any respect for elders? 7th elder, why are you wasting your breath on him? Capture him and bring him back to the faction for punishment. The 8th elder creased his brows. Evil creature, kneel and be captured. The 7th elder gathered a frightening amount of spirit energy in his palm, suppressing Su Yu. Su Yu laughed angrily, his eyes filled with killing intent. Fine. I will start with you and kill my way back to the faction. Stop. But at this moment, a proud figure flew out, letting out a shout. It was Mo Wu. Su Yu was in danger. How could she watch from the sidelines? She had been waiting there for a long time and struck in time. I have received orders from my master to bring Su Yu back to the faction. If you want to receive 2 slaps from my master, report your name. Mo Wu used the 2nd elder's name. The expression of the 7th elder, who was about to succeed, turned rigid, unwilling to let go. He is a traitor of the faction. We have to guard him at all times. The 7th elder clenched his teeth. Mo Wu said coldly, whatever. Su Yu, follow me. The situation that was about to erupt was temporarily resolved by Mo Wu. Su Yu suppressed the killing intent in his heart, walking to Mo Wu's side. Su Yu, find a chance to escape. You will be killed. Mo Wu whispered into Su Yu's ear, telling him everything that had happened. Hearing the entire story, Su Yu immediately understood that the treasure he had on him had finally triggered the greed of others. During the Leisure Cloud contest, Su Yu had displayed his ice-based legacy level technique, which was coveted. The 4th elder's slander had completely triggered the darkness of human nature. Is that old dog, the 4th elder, still alive? Su Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Su Yu, my master gave me a divine weapon. Take it with you later, and escape invisibly. Mo Wu whispered. Su Yu's gaze turned cold. Escape? Why should I escape? Since they want to see what kind of divine treasure I have, I shall grant them their wish. You are crazy. The entire faction is waiting to interrogate you. Mo Wu stomped her feet anxiously. How could Su Yu's strength go against the faction? The 7th elder's gaze turned cold, interrupting their conversation. Mo Wu, you'd better behave yourself. Mo Wu could only feel anxious. While she was feeling uneasy, Su Yu finally returned to the faction. Luxian faction, Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall was divided into the Small Hall, the Central Hall, and the Great Hall. The Small Hall dealt with the Outer Sanctum disciples. The central hall dealt with the inner sanctum disciples. The great hall dealt with the most heinous crimes, usually involving the elders. In 10 years, the great hall had not been opened once. Now, after 10 years, the sealed great hall was slowly opening. Suyu raised his head to look at the great hall's board, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Was this the faction he was in? Stepping into the great hall, the faction master, the elders, the Dragon Realm Inner Sanctum disciples, the strongest lineup of the Luxian faction was all present. Dozens of gazes pierced through Suyu like arrows. It was as if they wanted to find the divine treasure that the fourth elder had spoken of on him. With a faint smile, Suyu stood with his hands behind his back, his silver hair floating. He did not look like someone who was about to be interrogated. Chapter 206. What are you laughing at? The Luxian faction master was unhappy. Of course I'm laughing at a bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen a treasure before. Suyu smiled calmly, but his words were sharp. Hanji slammed the table and stood up. Insolent disciple. Kneel down for looking down on the faction. Suyu did not even look at him. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the Luxian faction master. Why? Does the Luxian faction have a second faction master? You did not even say a word, but a cat or dog can make a decision for you. Insulting an elder, you're asking for death. Hanji felt embarrassed. He had been humiliated by a disciple as a cat or dog in front of everyone. 10th elder, are you the faction master, or am I? The Luxian faction master calmly said. Hanji had overstepped his authority and touched his sore spot, especially with the great elder pressuring him. The Luxian faction master was even more sensitive. Hanji's lips twitched, hurriedly retracting his anger. You are. Then please shut up, okay? The Luxian faction master's tone was calm, but it was not hard to hear the coldness hidden within. Hanji glared at Suyu, not daring to interrupt. All right, Tom, Dick, and Harry, shut up. You finally have the mood to talk now. Suyu did not care about the 10th elder's murderous gaze. He swept his gaze across the crowd, calmly saying, What do you want to ask? Speak. The expressions of the various elders changed. What an arrogant lad, to use such a commanding tone to speak to the faction master. The word speak was enough to express Suyu's arrogance and dominance. The Luxian faction master was not happy, but he thought that Suyu was fighting like a cornered beast. He pretended to be dignified and solemn. Let me ask you, he said solemnly, did you hide any of the treasures in the Forbidden Ruins? Yes. Suyu did not hide it, his expression calm. The expressions of the elders changed slightly, and their eyes burned with a blazing light. It was actually true. Hand it over. The Luxian faction master's gaze was as sharp as an arrow. I refuse. Suyu replied without hesitation. The Luxian faction master's expression sank. You stole the faction's treasures, and you still dare to talk big. The faction's disciples have been kidnapped twice, but the faction is cowardly and does not dare to voice out their anger. Now, they are forcing a junior disciple, but they are acting swiftly and decisively. Suyu had long been disappointed in the Luxian faction. If not for this, Xia Jingyu would not still be in the Empire of Darkness, her safety unknown. His words hit the nail on the head, causing the upper echelons to feel a little embarrassed, and they glared at him. The Luxian faction master's expression gradually turned gloomy. I will ask you again. Are you going to hand over the faction's treasure or not? Will you pardon me if I hand it over to you? Suyu smiled coldly and revealed his silver teeth, which shone with a piercing cold light. The Luxian faction master said coldly, You colluded with the Empire of Darkness. Even if you die 100 times, you will not be able to atone for your sins. You still have the face to beg for pardon? Ha 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 ha. What a good even 100 deaths cannot absolve the blame. Suyu looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. His silver hair danced wildly in the wind as he looked down on the group of elders. For the sake of a divine treasure that you don't even know what it is, you don't even know what it is. You tarnish the reputation of your disciple and put him on the spot. What a great faction. The group of elders used their angry gazes to hide the guilt in their hearts. How could they not know that the fourth elder's words were full of loopholes? But even though they knew that Suyu had been wrongly accused, The divine treasure that surpassed the remnant scroll of an immortal level allowed them to make their choice without hesitation. Insolent, sinful disciple. We are a dignified Lusian faction, famous both within and outside the sect. Would we wrongly accuse a junior like you? The Lusian faction master said righteously. Ha 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 ha, famous both within and outside the sect. Suyu could not stop laughing. Faced with the Empire of Darkness snatching a disciple, you are too weak to resist. The Lusian faction is indeed famous both within and outside the sect. The Lusian faction master's eyes were burning with flames. He slammed the table angrily and squeezed out a number from between his teeth. You. Enough. Enough. The faction actually nurtured such a sinful disciple like you. Can you face your own conscience? Hearing this, Suyu laughed even more recklessly. The faction nurtured me. Ha ha ha, the faction has indeed nurtured me. In order to achieve your goals, you forced us disciples to carry out a mission of certain death. After the mission was completed, you were worried that we would be disloyal and chased us away. Do you know how many disciples had their futures cut off? Yun Yang's figure flashed past Suyu's mind. She was one of the victims. The Wolong snowfield, knowing that it was dangerous, in order to lure out the thieves who were trying to steal the treasure from the abyss of Wutong, you disregarded the lives of the disciples and tricked the lower-level disciples into forming a 6-man team. Do you know how many people died in vain on the snowfield? Suyu recalled the scene in the snowfield. Of the 6 people, only 2 returned alive. The Empire of Darkness attacked the abyss of Wutong. As the guardian, the 4th elder abandoned all the disciples and escaped alone. Do you know how many people died? Suyu recalled. This is what you call nurturing? Suyu laughed angrily. If he had not hidden his abilities, he would have died many times over. Suyu had personally experienced all of this. He had witnessed the coldness and cruelty of the faction. The 3 consecutive questions made the faces of the higher-ups of the sect extremely embarrassed. The group of Dragon Realm disciples were distressed. Suyu's words expressed the bitterness in many of their hearts. The facade had been torn apart, there was no room for negotiation. The master of the Lusian faction had a gloomy expression, ignorant fool, colluding with the evil Empire of Darkness and spreading lies to confuse the masses. You will not be spared, ha ha ha. So what if I colluded with the Empire of Darkness? Your Lusian faction claims to be righteous, but you are ruthless. How are you any different from the evil Empire of Darkness? Suyu vented his long-suppressed feelings. Even if you did not force me today, I, Suyu, would have wanted to leave. These words completely infuriated the crowd. Disregarding the presence of the master, the elders all shouted angrily. Rebellion! Rebellion! The 5th elder was furious. In the history of the Lusian faction, there had never been such a situation. How dare you? No need to say anything more. Death by 1,000 cut. They did not expect Suyu, who was supposed to be a fish on the chopping board, to be slaughtered and strangled by them, to tear apart their facade before his death. This unexpected scene enraged them. Looking at the elders, who had been stabbed in the heart and were enraged, Suyu had a cold expression, laughing maniacally. I rebelled because you forced me. You want me, Suyu, to die in silence. You will have to pay the price. Suyu laughed coldly. The master of the Lusian faction trembled with anger. The development of the situation had far exceeded his expectations. Clenching his teeth, the Lusian faction slowly rose, about to attack. At this moment, the 2nd elder calmly said, capture him. This action was to protect Suyu first. But before Mo Wu could attack, a figure took a step forward first. Dragon Realm Level 2 upper tier, an invincible existence that Suyu had once looked up to. Dog. Enough of your arrogance, I will send you on your way. Cao Xian let out a maniacal laugh. Unexpected. Too unexpected. The insufferably arrogant Suyu, the Suyu who had fought his way into the 4 great disciples of the faction, the Suyu who was about to surpass Cao Xian, had turned into a traitor overnight. The humiliation of defeating him in the past, the humiliation of forcing him to castrate himself a month ago, could all be repaid today. Fine, the debt of blood will start with you, the eunuch. Suyu took a step forward with his hands behind his back. Mo Wu's expression changed. Su Yu, no. The four great disciples have all cultivated immortal-level cultivation techniques. The comprehension that came with it had allowed them to gain something in the past month. But even a little bit of comprehension was more powerful than legacy-level cultivation techniques. 100-flower entangling palm. Cao Xian's fingers formed an orchid seal, her jade-like hands clapping lightly. It was an ordinary palm, but it contained the power of heaven and earth. It was as if there was a mysterious trajectory in this attack, and it contained a terrifying power. Dog. I, Cao Xian, will use the immortal-level cultivation technique I have learned to send you to heaven today. Cao Xian roared angrily. Because he was a eunuch, his voice was sharp, like a woman's scream. Su Yu still stood with his hands behind his back, calmly facing him. Just as the immortal-level attack was about to land, Su Yu extended a finger. He did not use any cultivation technique, merely a normal finger. Creak, the sharp sound of an explosion reverberated through the air. Cao Xian's immortal-level cultivation technique, the power of heaven and earth, shook their souls. The group of Dragon Realm disciples were terrified. In front of the power, they felt a power that caused their souls to tremble. Rumble, their palms and fingers clashed, brushing past each other. They then froze on the spot. Cao Xian's attack had succeeded, his palm landing on Su Yu's finger. Unsurprisingly, Su Yu's heart had been shattered. Lowly thing. Back then, you needed to look up to me. Now, you will fall at my feet, looking up to me from hell. Cao Xian was in high spirits, his mood unprecedentedly joyous. Like I said back then, I, Cao Xian, will take your woman. But Cao Xian's gaze suddenly caught sight of countless Dragon Realm disciples looking at him in fear. It was not fear born from respect, but fear. At this moment, Su Yu's calm voice came from behind Cao Xian. A eunuch is still thinking of a woman before his death. How ironic. Cao Xian turned his head abruptly. But the moment he turned his head, he felt a chill between his brows. What followed was a burning pain, followed by a bone-piercing pain. Finally, his consciousness blurred. As he closed his eyes, the dazzling wall reflected his final moments before his death. A finger-wide hole, blood gushed out. His head had been pierced by a finger. Rumble, he fell to the ground, Cao Xian's eyes turning white, finally losing their luster. One of the four great disciples of the Luxian faction, Cao Xian, was dead. Techniques are best suited to oneself. Did you really think that you could unleash the 100-flower entangling palm that only women can cultivate just because you are a eunuch? Su Yu did not even turn his head, calmly commenting. He had only cultivated a small part of the technique, and it did not suit him. Although it looked powerful, its power was not as great as the 6 fingers of destruction. I will take back the first debt of blood. Cao Xian's life was taken by Xiana. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then exploded in fury. Insolent murderer! You dare to kill a core disciple of the faction in front of everyone. Han Ji's body trembled, looking at Cao Xian's corpse in disbelief. Shen Juin's expression was calm, stepping forward. Lad. You have improved a lot. If I had known, I would have chased you out of the ancient Xianyun temple and cut off your future, but your good luck ends here. Shen Juin's expression was cold, letting out a low roar. At that moment, a hair-raising scene appeared. Shen Juin's body started to transform. It was his strongest form. Spirit transformation. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a human into a monster 3 times his size. His blood-red eyes were filled with a cruel divine glow. Roar, I will take your life. Su Yu's expression was calm. You think you are powerful just because you are happy. If you want to die, I will grant you your wish. Chapter 207. Roar, Shen Juin was ferocious. He was only Dragon Realm Level 2 peak, but he had the power of Dragon Realm Level 3. Rumble, bang, bang, the giant fist contained an inhuman power, striking Su Yu's head. Cao Xian's attack, compared to the giant fist, was like comparing a firefly to the brilliance of the moon, incomparable. Retreat, the faction's second strongest disciple, Shen Juin, has made his move. A few Dragon Realm disciples felt their scalps go numb, quickly retreating to avoid being accidentally injured. What a terrifying spirit transformation. Who can match this move? Feeling the inhuman power, the Dragon Realm disciples were shocked. The piercingly cold wind caused Su Yu's silver hair to dance wildly, but it could not move it. His deep eyes were as calm as autumn water. Facing such a powerful attack, Su Yu calmly pointed with a finger. There was no profound technique, no beauty, just an ordinary finger. Crackle, a finger and a fist clashed, exploding with a deafening sound. But the result was like a raging storm, shaking everyone's heart. The inhuman Shen Jiuyin let out a pathetic howl, flying back dozens of meters. His gigantic fist was badly mutilated by the terrifying power and was smashed into smithereens. Junior Su defeated Senior Shen Jiuyin in one move. The crowd was shocked. Su Yu calmly retracted his finger, calmly shaking his head. Your abilities are not as strong as your confidence. At this moment, in the eyes of countless Dragon Realm disciples, Su Yu was an unprecedented dark horse. He had barely gotten 10th place in the Xianyun contest. But after training, he had easily defeated the second strongest disciple, Shen Jiuyin. Ji Hongxue, who was quietly observing the battle, had a terrifying fighting spirit in his eyes. Good. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. In the past, among all the disciples, only Ji Hongxue had treated Su Yu as a worthy opponent. No one understood his actions. Now, Su Yu had used his powerful abilities to prove Ji Hongxue's judgment. Su Yu, even though this is not the right time, I want to fight you. Ji Hongxue was excited. Su Yu let out a smile. Sure. If we miss today, we might not have the chance to fight again. He had once promised that he would fight Ji Hongxue, but he did not expect that it would be under such circumstances. Ji Hongxue's fighting spirit surged. A layer of liquefied blood energy emerged from his pores and condensed into 8 arms on his back. 8-armed demon Buddha. Junior brother Su, be careful. Any one of my 8 arms has the ability of a Dragon Realm level 3 lower tier. Ji Hongxue's fighting spirit was high. He stepped into the middle of the arena to fight Su Yu. Su Yu nodded calmly. Make your move. Rumble. Ji Hongxue's red arm shadow swept over in an overwhelming manner. 8 arms traversed the sky and attacked together. It was equivalent to 8 strong martial artists of Dragon Realm level 3 lower tier attacking at the same time. Who would be able to match them? However, Su Yu's eyes were calm, and he stood his ground without moving a single step. It was only when Ji Hongxue arrived that Su Yu finally made his move. But what caused the Dragon Realm disciples to gasp was that Su Yu still managed to extend a finger against such a powerful attack. Another finger. In an instant, the two of them exchanged blows. Crackle, boom. In the eyes of the crowd, Ji Hongxue's 8 arms were as fast as lightning. Each arm could kill any of them. 8 arms shot out at the same time, airtight. Even the elders who were watching the battle had grave expressions on their faces. However, what caused the breathing of countless disciples to quicken was the fact that Su Yu's finger had casually pointed at the sky. His body stood in his original position, not moving an inch. However, his right arm had disappeared. It was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to capture it. The crowd could only hear the continuous crackling sounds in the air, like rain hitting a lotus. Ji Hongxue fought faster and faster, his eyes filled with excitement. The attacks of his 8 arms became fiercer. Too strong. Su Yu, you are too strong. Ji Hongxue was extremely excited. His eyes were burning with an unprecedented fighting spirit. At this moment, he had even descended into madness. A moment later, Su Yu nodded his head. I still have matters to attend to. Let's end this battle here. Rumble. Su Yu's arm shadow suddenly stopped, a finger casually pointing at Ji Hongxue's chest. No one could see this finger clearly. Only the top 3 disciples had grave expressions on their faces. Not slower than the speed of the flying shadow triple change. The Luxian faction master and great elder's pupils dilated. Ji Hongxue's 8 arms stopped, his eyes burning with a desire to fight. This battle has not been fully enjoyed, what a pity. Roar. At this moment, the inhuman divine Jiuyin, who was enraged, had lost his rationality and charged forward once again. The spirit transformation had the possibility of losing one's rationality. Hence, The faction had forbidden Shen Jiuyin from using it in battles. Today was an exception. Ji Hongxue calmly glanced at him. Disgraceful. His 8 arms flickered, attacking the inhuman divine Jiuyin. Senior Ji, there is no need to fight for me, let him come at me. If you are not satisfied with this battle, you can take this opportunity to join forces with him to fight again. Su Yu did not want Shen Jiuyin to be implicated by him. Hearing that Su Yu wanted to challenge both of them, Ji Hongxue hesitated. However, he could not suppress his desire to fight. He laughed and attacked. If that is the case, then I will have to offend you. 8 Arms Demon, Raw, 2 disciples of the faction, at this moment, were joining forces to fight Su Yu alone. One from the left, the other from the right, a pincer attack. Su Yu's gaze was calm. Finally, his left hand, which was behind his back, was lowered for the first time. But what caused countless people to gasp was that Su Yu's hands still only extended 1 finger. 1 finger to kill Cao Xian, 1 finger to severely injure Shen Jiuyin, 1 finger to teach Ji Hongxue, and now 1 finger to challenge the top genius disciple of the Luxian faction. Crash, rumble, thud, thud, thud. A shocking scene appeared. Ji Hongxue was forced back 3 step. Shen Jiuyin was forced back 5 step. 1 finger, suppressing 2 top geniuses of the current generation. Su Yu was too strong, so strong that it was suffocating. Ha 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 ha. Again, Ji Hongxue became more courageous as he fought. Shen Jiuyin's ferocious energy was getting stronger. The 2 of them attacked again, a pincer attack. Su Yu used both hands to deal with both of them at the same time. But at the moment when Su Yu attacked, at the moment when he lost his guard, at the moment when he could not use his third hand, a figure silently flew behind Su Yu, launching a sneak attack at Su Yu's most vulnerable blind spot. Su Yu, don't even think of getting what I can't get. Die. It was the 4th elder, his eyes filled with hatred. He had seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Su Yu's back. Mo Wu's expression changed. Shameless. Slandering Su Yu and placing him in a life-and-death situation, an elder actually launched a sneak attack on Su Yu's back during a duel between disciples. The Dragon Realm disciples were filled with disdain. As an elder, how shameless could he be? But the 4th elder's attack was too sudden. No one could save Su Yu. Die for me, little bastard. The 4th elder's palm struck Su Yu's back with hatred. The disciples let out cries of injustice. Any Dragon Realm disciple with a bit of rationality knew that Su Yu was innocent. But not only was he placed in a hopeless situation by the 4th elder, he was also killed by the 4th elder's sneak attack. Su Yu's entire life had been ruined by the 4th elder, the shameless villain. The crowd felt injustice for Su Yu, but Su Yu's expression was calm, showing no signs of panic. He even let out a cold smile. Old thing, you've finally revealed your despicable nature. During the assessment at the Abyss of Wutong, he forced him to hand over the top-grade marrow cleansing elixir, coveted his divine artifact, the divine ice ring. When the Empire of Darkness descended, he wanted to silence Su Yu. After he survived, he slandered Su Yu for colluding with the Empire of Darkness and tried to kill him. Now, at Su Yu's most crucial moment, he had jumped out to launch a sneak attack. His actions were despicable, infuriating. Little bastard. Spoiling my plans, this is what you deserve. The 4th elder laughed sinisterly. Su Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Old thing, I have a surprise for you. Divine ice ring. Su Yu was dealing with 2 people with each hand, and had no time to deal with the 4th elder who was attacking him from behind. But Su Yu still had the divine ice ring. Creak, hundreds of divine ice threads shot out from Su Yu's robes, wrapping around the 4th elder, who was caught off guard. Ah, divine artifact. Didn't you return it to the 2nd elder? Why is it still in your hands? The 4th elder was wrapped up like a dumpling by the divine ice threads. His sinister smile froze, then turned pale, letting out a fearful roar. Su Yu let out a cold laugh. The divine artifact is mine, why would I return it to the 2nd elder? Rumble. Almost at the same time, Su Yu's 2 fingers pushed Ji Hongxue and Shen Jiuyin back. This time, Ji Hongxue was pushed back 10 meters, his blood boiling, the corners of his mouth bleeding. As for Shen Jiuyin, he let out a pathetic cry, a stream of blood shooting out from his mouth. His heart had been shattered by Su Yu's finger on his huge body. He was sent flying 100 meters away, dying on the spot. The Dragon Realm disciples stared at Su Yu, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. One person facing a pincer attack from 3 people. Of the 2 strongest geniuses of the current generation, one was heavily injured, the other was killed on the spot. The elder who had launched a sneak attack was captured alive. Su Yu's strength had defied their common sense. The sparring session is over, now is the time to settle the scores. Su Yu turned his head coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. At the same time that he was filled with murderous intents, the highest elder was also filled with murderous intent. Hanji's disciple, Cao Xian, and the great elder's disciple, Shen Jiuyin, had both died at Su Yu's hand. This caused the 2 ambitious master and disciple, who wanted to control the Luxian faction, to be completely furious. Su Yu. Hanji recovered from the shock of Cao Xian's death, his eyes blood red, his hair standing on end, his old body trembling in anger. You killed my disciple, I want you to live. No. Die. Die. Su Yu laughed loudly. Hanji, you old thief. I'll tell you the truth, the only reason I entered the faction was to take your head as a sacrifice to my master Li Guang. Rumble. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck the hearts of the crowd. The junior who had just entered the faction, who was not even a holy king, had come to kill the highest elder. Such a grand ambition that was impossible to achieve left everyone flabbergasted. But what was even more shocking was that Su Yu was about to achieve it. Killing a Dragon Realm level 3 with a flick of his finger. How far away was he from Dragon Realm level 4 Hanji? Su Yu. Your master deserves to die, you deserve to die too. Hanji was furious, he had never been so furious before. The great elder's expression was dark. The disciple he had painstakingly nurtured, Shen Jiuyin, had been killed by a person who was about to die. Chapter 208. Su Yu laughed loudly. Old man, if you regret it, you can reincarnate. No one will stop you. At this moment, the world seemed to revolve around Su Yu. The kid who was supposed to die had unleashed a terrifying power at the brink of death. One disciple of the 3 great factions was injured and 2 were dead. The Luxian faction master had a complicated look in his eyes. He understood that Su Yu had shown mercy to Ji Hongxue that he was still alive. But Su Yu had committed treason, killing 2 heaven rulers. If he was not killed, it would be a great humiliation to the faction. He had no other way out. What he did not know was that if he chose to retreat now, he might not regret it for the rest of his life. Su Yu. Let go of the 4th elder and repent sincerely. There is still room for redemption. The Luxian faction master had a grave expression. Hearing this, Su Yu glanced at Hanji, who looked like he wanted to eat him alive, and the great elder, who was filled with murderous intent. He laughed coldly. Now that things have come to this, do you think I, Su Yu, will still kneel and beg for mercy from the Luxian faction? The Luxian faction does not have the right to make me kneel. Su Yu's voice was powerful, the divine ice ring on his palm lightly moving. The Luxian faction master's expression changed. Stop. Killing an elder is a great calamity, you cannot afford to bear it. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. He has been trying to kill me at every turn, which is in line with the natural order of the world, to eliminate all evil. If I kill him today, is it treason and heresy, a great disaster? I cannot afford to bear it. Su Yu laughed angrily, his silver hair fluttering, his eyes glowing with a cold light. The 4th elder was terrified, his face pale. At this moment, the feeling of death looming over him caused him to feel deep regret. If he had known this would happen, why did he provoke Su Yu? No. Heaven is benevolent, please give me a way out. In the face of death, the status of an elder was meaningless, the 4th elder had no choice but to beg. Su Yu's cold gaze pierced through his body. A way out? When you forced me to the brink of death, did you ever think that heaven is benevolent, giving me a way out? If I, Su Yu, kill someone, heaven will not stop me, Su Yu said coldly, his fingers no longer hesitating. Creak puff as the divine ice threads tightened, the 4th elder let out a blood-curdling scream as his flesh was cut into countless pieces. Blood splattered in all directions and dyed the tranquil hall blood red, causing it to seem like hell. The Dragon Realm disciple's mouth turned dry and his scalp went numb. His lips trembled as he said, "The Supreme Elder has fallen. The last time an elder died was 10 years ago. That high and mighty elder that they had to look up to had fallen right in front of them. Moreover, his life was personally ended by a traitorous disciple." At this moment, the way they looked at Su Yu changed once again. Before this, he was an invincible expert among the disciples, a legend of his generation. But at this moment, Elder Sho Sho was like a devil that struck fear into everyone's soul. Other than the second elder, the other 8 elders were extremely angry. Su Yu looked down on them, and his act of killing a supreme elder had completely destroyed their bottom line. In the sect, the elders were lofty and inviolable. It had been like this for hundreds of years. But today, Su Yu had used his actions to tell them that elders could also be killed. This was a disgraceful act, tearing apart their pride and glory, causing them to panic. With the death of an elder, would there be a second one in the future? Hence, killing intent shot out from the eyes of almost all the elders at the same time. "Evil creature, die!" With a furious roar, the elders attacked together, wanting to wipe Su Yu off the face of the earth. But Su Yu's eyes were calm, his lips forming a cold smile. "I have finally killed all of you to the point where you understand how to respect the lives of others. Killed all of you until you fear death. Unfortunately, my target today is not all of you. Hence, scram. This is the stage for me, Su Yu, to take my revenge. Those who have no business here, retreat." Su Yu's red right eye let out a brilliant glow. In an instant, a shocking red light enveloped the hall. Space. Palm. Control. Su Yu's right eye covered the higher-ups, led by the faction master. They stood together according to their rankings. The Great Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, Fifth Elder and Sixth Elder, a total of 6 people, were all enveloped by the power of space. Moving 6 people at once was Su Yu's limit. The faction master was shocked. Innate space talent. "You actually hid your innate space talent." "Stop. Too late." Su Yu let out a cold laugh. Creak, they were instantly transported 10 miles away. Furthermore, they were sealed within the icy azure lake. The only ones left were the 7th Elder, the 8th Elder, the 9th Elder, and the person Su Yu had intentionally left behind, the 10th Elder, Han Ji. He stared at Han Ji coldly, his gaze landing on the shocked Shi Ruolan beside him. He said coldly, "Don't be anxious. After I take Han Ji's head, it will be your turn, you slut." Han Ji laughed angrily, "Little bastard. Do you really think you are something? Do you think you can challenge me just because you killed 2 Dragon Realm level 3 disciples?" The 7th Elder's gaze was sinister. "Elder Han, I will attack with you to capture and kill this little bastard. No need. Do I need someone else to avenge the death of my disciple? Elders, you can just watch from the sidelines. I will do it alone." Han Ji laughed angrily in his heart. If he had to join forces with others to kill a mere junior seeking revenge against him, where would he put his face in the future? Whoosh! Han Ji attacked without hesitation. "Little bastard. Your master is dead, but he left behind a deceiving bastard like you. Today, I, Han Ji, will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Creak. Han Ji's 6 fingers were burning with raging flames. The Tenjong flames enveloped his body. The terrifying heat waves caused the air to heat up in an instant. On the tea table beside him, the cup of tea that had long been cold was now boiling. The wooden tables and chairs were burning in the air. The green stone floor beneath his feet was melting into smoke at a speed visible to the naked eye. The remaining power had a terrifying temperature that could incinerate everything. It was the same 6 fingers of destruction, but its power was more than 10 times that of Cao Xian. 6 fingers of destruction stage 3 top class. The Dragon Realm disciples were in awe. Han Ji was one of the few disciples who had cultivated a legacy-level cultivation technique to top class. If not for his cultivation level being suppressed, his abilities would have been in the top 5. "Little bastard, just like your master, you deserve to die." Han Ji was filled with killing intent. Whoosh! Han Ji closed in, his 6 fingers of destruction surrounded by flames. Su Yu's eyes were filled with hatred, I have waited too long for this battle. Glazed ice flame. Su Yu let out a low grunt, the fire cloud seal between his brows completely activated. Crack, crack, rumbling cold energy erupted with the power to engulf the heavens. Surrounding Su Yu, a 10-jong-tall ball of red ice flames shot into the sky, about to engulf the entire law enforcement tribunal in ice. Above Su Yu's head, snowflakes fell silently. The remnants of the red ice flames splashed onto the ground. Crack, the green stone floor beneath Su Yu's feet cracked from the cold. It was a familiar battle. Half a year ago, Su Yu and Cao Xian had a battle in the law enforcement tribunal. Half a year later, Su Yu and Cao Xian's master had a battle in the law enforcement tribunal. It was the same 6 fingers of destruction, the same glazed ice flame. 100 years of gratitude and vengeance, a golden age of ice and fire, a fated life and death, all collided at this moment. Rumble, the heavens and earth roared. The collision of ice and fire annihilated each other, condensing an unprecedented and terrifying energy. Several screams could be heard one after another. A group of Dragon Realm disciples were hit by the shockwave, vomiting blood on the spot, heavily injured. The entire law enforcement tribunal's great hall collapsed amidst the destruction of ice and fire. The walls cracked and the roof collapsed. The earth-shattering sound waves swept up dust into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows, turning the great hall into ruins. Thud, thud, thud in the crowd. Han Ji's expression changed, retreating several steps. His body was covered in ice, his eyebrows covered in a layer of frost, his fingers trembling from the cold. Glazed ice flame stage 3 top class? How is that possible? You broke through to stage 3 top class from stage 2 in such a short period of time? Han Ji was shocked. Also, your spirit energy is no less than mine. The spirit energy of a mere Dragon Realm level 2 peak could be compared to his Dragon Realm level 4 lower tier. No wonder 2 of the 3 disciples had died and 1 was injured. The density of Su Yu's spirit energy had long reached Dragon Realm level 4. The pupils of the 3 observing elders shrank to the size of needles, their faces filled with shock. Su Yu had actually fought to a draw with an elder. If this had not happened in front of them, they would not have believed it. Su Yu was forced back a step. At the same time, he was at stage 3 top class. Coupled with the fact that his opponent's fire-based technique was extremely effective against ice-based techniques, Su Yu was only slightly stronger. Old man, you are finally panicking? Su Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Han Ji's expression changed, his heart filled with fear. Su Yu, who was once an insignificant ant in his eyes, had now grown into a powerful fighter of the faction that could rival him. The speed of Su Yu's growth made Han Ji fearful. This person could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would be surpassed by Su Yu one day. Little bastard. So what if you have a legacy-level cultivation technique at stage 3 top class? Unfortunately, this is the end for you. I will show you an immortal-level cultivation technique that you will never be able to cultivate in your entire life. Han Ji formed seals with his palms, his left hand pointing to the sky, his right hand pointing to the ground. In an instant, an overbearing aura gushed out from him. Compared to Cao Xian's 100-flower entangling palm, Han Ji's comprehension was much more profound. Even though he was far from stage 1 lower class, he had a slight understanding of it. The 7th elder and the other 2 elders had serious expressions. Their abilities were above the 10th elders, but at that moment, they felt a strong pressure when facing Han Ji, who was using an immortal-level cultivation technique. Is this an immortal-level cultivation technique? So powerful. The 7th elder took a deep breath, his eyes filled with greed. The 4 volumes of immortal-level cultivation techniques had been snatched away by the Great Elder and the rest. The 10th elder was the Great Elder's disciple, so he had the chance to comprehend them. They were far from being so lucky. Overbearing technique. Han Ji let out a low growl, his palms striking out. At that moment, Su Yu had a suffocating feeling, as if heaven and earth were pressing down on him at the same time. It was as if he would be turned into dust under his palms. Chapter 209. Immortal Level Cultivation Method. I'm sorry, but I've had it for a long time. In the crouching dragon snowfield, He had obtained a fragment of an immortal spirit cultivation technique, which only had 100 or so words. Over the past few months, he had already comprehended it, but he had not used it yet. A formless breeze engulfed Su Yu's body. Su Yu's purple robes fluttered and his silver hair fluttered lightly. An indescribable great power of the universe was added to Su Yu's body. The winds of the universe surrounded Su Yu, obeying his commands. It was as if he was the monarch of the wind. The wind was Su Yu's power. Su Yu's eyes became blurry and he was immersed in the great power of the move. He muttered softly, "This move has no name. I shall name it Wind Shadow Step." Whoosh! Su Yu's figure disappeared, leaving behind only an afterimage. When he reappeared, he was standing on top of Hanji's head. Wind Shadow Step, first step. Boom! He stomped down, and a footprint condensed from a gust of wind rumbled as he stomped down. Puff! The aura of supremacy that Hanji had condensed was instantly crushed. The remaining force of the footprint bombarded Hanji's chest. Rub! Hanji staggered back a few steps. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, and a bloody footprint appeared on his chest. "You! Where did you get the immortal level cultivation method?" Hanji was shocked. "You are so high and mighty. Why do you have to lower yourself to question the little bastard that you called him?" Su Yu's lips formed a mocking smile. "Take this, my honorable 10th elder. Second step." Su Yu's expression turned cold as he took the second step. Boom! Wow! Blood spurted out from Hanji's mouth, drenching his clothes. His old body trembled in fear. "Stop!" The expressions of the three spectating elders changed greatly. Su Yu turned a deaf ear to him and took 3 steps forward. Puff! 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 Hanji spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood as his body flew backward. His chest had caved in from the stomp and was badly mangled. With a blood-curdling scream, he crashed into the ruins. It was also an immortal level cultivation technique, but Hanji had merely used the comprehension of others to learn a bit of it. Su Yu, on the other hand, had mastered the 100 or so words of the Wind Shadow Step. In a head-on battle, he would naturally be able to suppress them. "Evil creature, I told you to stop, but you still dare to make a move. How dare you?" The 7th elder shouted with cold eyes. "Ha ha ha! What are you? You want me to stop, and I'll stop." Su Yu laughed maniacally and replied coldly, "When he killed me, you felt that it was only natural. But when I killed him, I was audacious and presumptuous, so I'm an evil creature. Old thing, the only person I, Su Yu, want to kill today is Hanji. If you do not wish to die, all of you better scram." Su Yu threatened coldly. The 7th elder was infuriated. He took a step forward, and his face was full of anger. "Unfilial traitor, you killed a disciple of the faction, killed an elder, and did not repent. Instead, you became even worse. My Luxian faction must have been blind to have nurtured such an evil creature like you." Su Yu was so angry that he laughed loudly. "What a good dog that the Luxian faction has raised. The 4th elder is framing me, and all of you are well aware of it, yet you keep saying that I'm a traitor. Calling you a dog is really flattering." The 7th elder was about to explode in anger. "Bastard! You're courting death." Su Yu shot a cold, divine light at them. "Get lost, all of you, before I stop killing innocent people." Hanji used despicable methods to slander Li Guang's teacher for 100 years, destroying his life. "This is a personal grudge between me and him. Whoever helps me will be treated as an enemy, and I, Su Yu, will kill them as well. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Who is your teacher, Li Guang? Do you think we elders have a high status? If he wanted to harm your teacher, would you let him live for 100 years? If you say that he is despicable and slandered someone, please make up the reason." The 7th elder had a stern expression. Su Yu did not retort. He merely looked at the 7th elder with disdain, shaking his head. "I have nothing to say to a dog that cannot be woken up." Saying this, Su Yu stomped down once again. Rumble! A huge footprint stomped on Hanji's chest. Fresh blood mixed with flesh spurted out from his mouth. He let out a pathetic cry like a pig being slaughtered. That attack had almost killed him on the spot. The Dragon Realm disciples felt their scalps go numb. Su Yu had actually beaten the 10th elder half to death. Was Su Yu really just a disciple? Evil creature, the 7th elder let out a furious roar. Attack together, clean up the sect. Whoosh, 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 3 silhouettes joined hands to attack. 2 of them were Dragon Realm level 4 lower tier, and 1 of them was Dragon Realm level 4 upper tier. Even though they did not have an immortal level technique, they had cultivated their legacy level technique to stage 3 upper class. Rumble, the 3 of them worked together, their aura terrifying. Su Yu's expression was filled with killing intent. He was fighting 3 supreme elders alone. Every single one of them was stronger than Han Ji. Glazed ice flame. Wind shadow step. Crash. Su Yu was powerful and domineering. His legacy was complete, and he could use the remnant of his immortal level technique to its maximum. Several screams came from the 3 elders one after another. The 8th and 9th elders spat out mouthfuls of blood on the spot. Only the 7th elder let out a groan, forcefully blocking the overbearing attack. He had fought 3 elders alone, lightly injuring 2 of them. Such a terrifying battle record made the Dragon Realm disciples feel as if they were dreaming. Was Su Yu still human? But Su Yu also spat out a mouthful of blood after taking on the combined attack of the 3 elders. His purple robes were dyed red, and his mouth was a shocking sight. His injuries were more serious than the 8th and 9th elders. The 7th elder let out a cold laugh. Are you done shouting? Trash like you can't even withstand a single blow. Su Yu let out a cold laugh, his teeth stained with blood. His tone was filled with disdain. 3 against 1, and you dare say you can't withstand a single blow? Even the disciples could not help but be furious. Su Yu had ganged up on Su Yu, and 2 of them had been injured. Yet, he still dared to say he couldn't withstand a single blow. If he had the guts, he would fight him alone. The 7th elder let out a laugh. Traitor of the faction, we are righteous people, and everyone has the right to kill you. What do you mean by 3 against 1? There is no need for principles to kill an evil creature like you. Attack together, and we will heavily injure him with our next attack. Within the rubble, the 10th elder's expression was ferocious, filled with fear and hatred. Little trash. Today will be the day you die. Elders, please take my share and get rid of this little bastard. Kill. The 3 elders let out a furious roar. Facing the attacks of the 3 elders, Su Yu's expression was ice cold. You coveted the treasure on me, and tried to kill me. Such is human nature, I will endure it. You slandered me as a traitor of the faction, and framed me as a spy from the Empire of Darkness. My words carry little weight, I will endure it. But, what you should not do is force me again and again. Su Yu looked up to the sky and sighed. Within that sigh was a deep murderous intent. I cannot endure it anymore, there is no need to endure. Today, I have started my killing spree. I, Su Yu, will kill to my heart's content. Kill my way out of this world. Whoosh. Su Yu took a deep breath. At that moment, the spirit energy of heaven and earth changed. The spirit energy of heaven and earth gathered around Su Yu, as if it had been summoned. The air also seemed to have fallen into a bottomless pit, being sucked in crazily. At some point, a gale blew, and white clouds gathered in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a black mass of clouds gathered 10 meters above Su Yu's head. The wasteland was instantly covered in darkness, as if it was the end of the world. In the darkness, a head of silver hair danced wildly, and his torn purple robe crackled. In the center of the black cloud, Su Yu looked up to the sky and opened his mouth, as if he was a roaring demon king. Waves of destructive energy rapidly expanded from Su Yu's mouth. It was as if his mouth was brewing a terrifying destructive energy. A large number of Dragon Realm disciples were sent flying, spitting out blood as they screamed. Many of their bodies were cracked, as if they were about to explode. Not good. Run. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Realm disciples had all escaped hundreds of meters away, looking at the scene in fear. The 7th elder's expression turned grave. What? What technique is this? Not good. This beast is brewing something dangerous. Let's attack together and kill him. The 7th elder's expression changed. He increased his speed to attack Su Yu. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. The seventh elder and the rest of the disciples bit the bullet, attacking within 30 feet of Su Yu. But, at this moment, Su Yu had finally finished brewing Buddhist Saints' 8 characters. Buddhist Saints' 8 characters: Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Lai, Zhen, Zai. Every phrase represented a level. It was said that when cultivated to the top class, the 9th phrase would appear, Qian. Now, Su Yu had only scratched the surface of the entry level. However, even the slightest bit of it contained a terrifying power that transcended the mortal world. Su Yu's gaze was ice cold, overflowing with killing intent. Finally, the voice that shook the heavens and earth came out from his mouth. Lin. Rumble. It was as if divine lightning had struck the heavens. The deafening sound reverberated through the heavens. The rubble beneath Su Yu's feet, with him at the center, was blasted 100 meters into the sky, as if a volcano had erupted. Then, under the terrifying sound wave, everything was turned to dust. The 3 elders within 30 feet of Su Yu had to face the attack head-on. The 8th elder and 9th elder spat out 5 streams of blood from their orifices. The terrifying sound wave blasted their brains apart. Unable to withstand the pressure, blood spurted out from their orifices. In that instant, the 2 elders did not even have the strength to resist. Their heads were blasted apart, and they died. Blood spurted out from the 7th elder's ears. Under the terrifying sound wave, his eardrums were instantly blasted apart. His brain shook violently, and more than half of his organs were destroyed. Large pieces of flesh flew out from his mouth along with the blood that spurted out from his body, dyeing half the sky red. Many parts of his body had exploded, especially his right hand, which had turned into a ball of flesh and blood. The 7th elder let out a pathetic cry, his cold face contorted from the intense pain, and he no longer looked human. Rumble. Under the intense shockwave, the 7th elder was swept 100 meters away, crashing into the rubble just in front of Han Ji. The Dragon Realm disciples hundreds of meters away felt their limbs turn cold, their bodies trembling. Fighting against 3 elders by himself. With one move, 2 elders were killed on the spot, one heavily injured and half dead. Countless disciples felt as if they were in a dream. Were the people fighting Su Yu really elders? Why were they so weak? The battle intent in Ji Hongshua's eyes had long been extinguished. What replaced it was fear, a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Su Yu was already so strong that he did not even have the will to fight. The sound wave slowly dissipated. Su Yu's silver hair fell back, gently draping behind him. From afar, his figure was thin and weak. However, at this moment, everyone could feel that they were looking at an invincible silver-haired god-king, entering the sanctum with a low cultivation base. In just half a year, he had risen like a comet amidst countless obstacles, stunning the outer sanctum and inner sanctum. Above the icy azure lake, he had sworn that he would rather become a demon than be abandoned by the heavens. At the wedding, he had fought the 4 great disciples in a domineering manner. At the Xianyun contest, he had returned as a king, battling the geniuses of the faction, and fought his way into the top 10 in an unprecedented manner. Chapter 210. That earth-shattering stance had made him invincible. The 7th elder's arrogance as an elder collapsed with a loud bang at this moment. What replaced it was fear, a fear that came from the depths of his soul. In the silence, Su Yu took a step forward, his killing intent surging forth. You keep calling me an evil creature. If I'm the evil creature you speak of, then who are you, who can't even withstand a single blow? Su Yu's voice was hoarse. Buddhist Saints' 8 characters was extremely damaging to the body. Su Yu's vocal cords were completely destroyed, requiring a long time to recover. Facing Su Yu, who was walking in front of him, the 7th elder's heart was filled with extreme regret. Su Yu had tolerated him, warned him time and time again, and he could have stayed out of this. Why did he have to kill Su Yu? He understood that it was because he could kill Su Yu with a flick of his finger. Hence, he was unrestrained. Facing death, the 7th elder threw down his arrogant head. Let me live. However, Su Yu did not see him at all. He only saw Han Ji. Han Ji's face was pale, filled with fear. He finally understood that Su Yu could really take his head. Go to hell, don't forget to repent to my teacher. Su Yu's gaze was calm. Wind shadow step. Rumble, but at that moment, a vicious glint flashed across Han Ji's eyes. He actually grabbed the seventh elder in front of him with one hand and blocked this attack. Rumble, the seventh elder's chest was crushed on the spot, his heart turning to dust. Puff, spitting out fresh blood, the seventh elder turned his head in disbelief, Han Ji's sinister expression reflected in his eyes. At that moment, the seventh elder laughed, laughing at himself. In the end, he did not die at the hands of Su Yu, but at the hands of the 10th elder whom he had protected. To think that he had protected Han Ji, he would not be so despicable as to harm Li Guang. But in reality, Su Yu was right. He was a dog that could not be woken up. As he laughed at himself, the 7th elder was killed. Su Yu's expression was cold, and he said coldly, "Wind shadow step." Just as he was about to give Han Ji the final blow, a roar came from behind him. Evil disciple. Rumble, 6 peerless figures finally returned from the icy azure lake. However, what he saw was a stretch of ruins. There were also 3 corpses lying on the ground, the corpses of 3 elders. The Luxian faction master could not accept the ghastly sight of blood. For an elder to appear in a sect, it required many years of hard work and effort. But now, 3 of them were dead. 5th elder and 6th elder sucked in a mouthful of cold air. 7th elder's strength was not far from theirs, but he had died so tragically. Was all of this done by that silver-haired disciple? The tragic scene in front of him was so unreal that it was like a dream. The Luxian faction master staggered backward. His face was pale and he could not accept the reality in front of him. Why? Why was this happening? Killing a defenseless disciple and seizing a legendary treasure was something that could be accomplished with a flip of one's palm. Why would there be such a painful price to pay? The 4th elder, the 7th elder, the 8th elder, and the 9th elder had paid the price with their blood, and it was still not over. At this moment, the Luxian faction master was filled with regret. If he had known that the blood of the 4 elders would be the price, even if Su Yu had a complete immortal level technique, he would not have made such a decision. The sacrifice of the 4 elders could not be redeemed by a legendary treasure. He had made the most foolish decision in the history of the Luxian faction. 4 elders had been sacrificed for a treasure that they didn't even know what it was. More than half of the elders of the faction had been killed. Such a great loss of vitality could not be recovered even after tens of years. At this moment, the Luxian faction master was filled with regret. When Su Yu killed Cao Xian, Shen Jiuyin, and the 4th elder, he clearly had the chance to stop him. He clearly could have saved everything. He clearly could have prevented the tragedy from happening. He clearly could have obtained a super genius with shocking abilities and become famous in the faction. But, for the sake of his reputation, for the greed in his heart, he convinced himself that the situation could not be reversed and he could only continue. But the result of continuing was not what he had imagined. Su Yu, the murderer, would be killed and the faction would be able to retain its reputation. Instead, another 3 elders had fallen, paying an unbearable price in blood. Ji Hongxue looked at the faction master from afar, his heart filled with disappointment. The once invincible figure in his eyes was now much dimmer. His greatest mistake in his life was scheming against Su Yu. Such a peerless genius should have belonged to the Luxian faction. But his master had not only chased him to the opposite side and expelled him from the faction, he had also lost 4 elders. This was a painful price to pay. How foolish, how preposterous, how laughable was his decision. From today onwards, if the Luxian faction were to decline, his master would not be able to escape the blame. He would be the greatest sinner in the history of the faction. The anxiety in the 2nd elder's eyes froze, turning into shock. She had rushed back anxiously, worried that Su Yu had already been killed. But in the end, the corpses of the elders were strewn all over the ground. Back then, on a sunny afternoon, when did the skinny youth who had asked her about the rules of the depository of scriptures rise to her level? The great elder's pupils dilated, her heart beating wildly. Terrifying. This person's potential was too terrifying. The crowd returned. Su Yu calmly swept his gaze across them, his face expressionless as he stamped his feet. Han Ji let out a pathetic shriek, "Save me." The great elder reacted, his face filled with murderous intent. "You dare." After saying those words, he flew over. Suyu could not help but laugh. "You are here to kill me, do I still need to listen to your orders? I, Suyu, will take Hanji's head. Today, no one can save him." Suyu's voice was loud and clear. Without hesitation, he stomped his foot. "Insolence!" The great elder raised his palm, releasing a ball of energy from his sleeves, sweeping toward Suyu. The energy was fierce, piercing through the air, its power terrifying. With this attack, even the air froze. An attack that surpassed the dragon realm could kill any strong martial artist. Suyu's heart thumped. At this moment, he truly felt the shadow of death looming over him. It was so powerful that Suyu could not defend against it. He could still escape now. If he insisted on killing Hanji, he would be killed if he delayed for a moment. Even though he could kill Hanji, he would also be killed. But if he escaped now, he might not have the chance to kill Hanji and take revenge for Li Guang. His vow would never be fulfilled. What should he choose? Was it for his own survival, or for Li Guang to take revenge? Clenching his teeth, Suyu let out a low grunt. "Let's fight." If he killed Hanji quickly, he might have a chance to escape. But at the moment Suyu attacked. However, the speed of the attack that was sweeping towards him suddenly increased dramatically. Not good. Not to mention killing Hanji, it would be difficult for him to escape now. Looking back, he realized that the attack was actually a chain. The other end was in the hands of the Great Elder. Hence, its speed could be fast or slow. At this moment, the chain attacked at a speed that Suyu could not react to. Suyu's pupils dilated. The chain in his eyes was about to strike his chest. And he had no chance to dodge. He was about to be killed. But at this moment, a slender figure flashed in front of Suyu, blocking the attack. A woman, had blocked the fatal attack for him. Was it Mo Wu or the second elder? In the faction, only they would save Suyu. But from the corner of his eyes, he could see the second elder and Mo Wu rushing over to save him. It was not them. Who was it? Suyu was shaken, unable to understand. Who else in the faction would be willing to die for Suyu? Thump, the chain struck, piercing through the slender figure, from her chest to her back. Blood splattered all over Suyu's face. Under the impact, the slender figure fell into Suyu's embrace. Suyu caught it subconsciously. Seeing the lady's face, he lost his voice for the first time in his life. "It's you. Shi Ruolan." Suyu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind blank. The person who had saved him was Shi Ruolan, the person who had killed Li Guang and wanted to kill him. Shi Ruolan's body was dyed red with fresh blood, like a blossoming rose. Blood flowed from the corner of Shi Ruolan's mouth, her gentle features showing signs of pain. Because of the intense pain, her slender figure was trembling. She lay in Suyu's embrace, her life slowly fading away. "You. Why?" Suyu's throat was hoarse, his mind still blank. Shi Ruolan's lips twitched in pain, spitting out a few words with difficulty. "Quick, take revenge for Li Guang, kill me." Suyu froze on the spot, hesitating to act. Shi Ruolan groaned in pain, her lips revealing mockery. "Why did Li Guang take in such a useless disciple? The person who killed your teacher is right in front of you, but you do not dare to kill him? If you let me go, I will dig up his grave and leave his corpse in the wilderness, making him unable to rest in peace." Shi Ruolan let out a cold laugh. This laugh affected her injuries, causing her to cough out a few mouthfuls of blood. Her life force was quickly fading away as her trembling body trembled. Suyu placed her on his thighs, speaking with a hoarse voice. "I only want to know, why did you do this?" Whoosh, the second elder and Mo Wu flew over. Looking at the heavily injured Shi Ruolan, the second elder sighed, "Because she hoped that you could use your identity as Li Guang's disciple to take revenge for Li Guang and obtain freedom." "Freedom?" Suyu laughed mockingly. "If that was the case, why did I have to do that, to personally end my teacher's life?" Suyu's heart was filled with sorrow, and he shouted forlornly, "Do you know that your master has lived for 100 years just to see you? Just to explain to you? Just to get the forgiveness of the woman he loves the most in the last 10 days of his life? But what did you do?" Master has been waiting for 100 years. He has been through wind, frost, rain, and snow. He has been guarding the Shenyu Island. He has been a heroic youth, and he has been waiting for the passage of time. He has been waiting for an opportunity to return to the Zhenlong continent to see you. However, the moment you met him, you completely shattered his 100 years of dreams. You used the most merciless sword to sever his entire life. Su Yu's eyes were filled with sorrow, anger, and hatred. Did you know that the first thing that died was not his body, but his heart? The moment you attacked him, the moment you revealed the truth of his 100 years of grievance, he was already dead. You killed him mercilessly and cruelly. Su Yu's eyes were filled with tears, laughing mockingly. Now, you are telling me that you want to atone for my teacher's sins, to obtain freedom? You want to clear your own grievances? If that is the case, why did you do it in the first place? Whoosh, the second elder squatted down, her jade-like hand touching Shi Ruolan's body to stop her injuries from worsening. She calmly said, because she still loves Li Guang. She has always loved him deeply. Rumble, Su Yu's mind went blank, as if lightning had struck. How is that possible? Chapter 211. If she really loved Li Guang, why would she jump into Han Ji's embrace? Why did she wrongly accuse Li Guang and waste 100 years of his life? Why did she kill Li Guang personally? Do you really think that Li Guang would have friends from 100 years ago who would secretly sweep his grave, light incense for him, or give elixirs to his disciples? Li Guang's friends had long passed away. Even if there were, who would dare to pay their respects when Han Ji was in power? The only person who paid respects to Li Guang was none other than Shi Ruolan, the person you hate the most. Mo Wu's eyes were filled with admiration. Su Yu, Master is very concerned about you. She has investigated Li Guang's situation. Perhaps you have misunderstood Clan Master Shi. Rumble, Su Yu was at a loss. The elder he had paid respects to for Li Guang was actually the person he had to kill, the person who killed his master, Shi Ruolan. In his embrace, Shi Ruolan let out a pitiful laugh, tears rolling down her face. Brother Guang, I have let you down. Shi Ruolan's body trembled, letting out a sorrowful cry. The brother Guang who had been isolated for 100 years was called out by her trembling lips. But why? Su Yu could not understand. At this moment. Ha ha ha. Han Ji, who was being protected by the first elder, laughed out loud. His laughter was wild and unrestrained. It was vicious and vicious. That's because this woman wanted to avenge Li Guang. That's why she gave herself to me. She was very smart. She knew that she could not go against me, so she secretly begged the second elder, who was lusting after her beauty. That night, this woman gave herself to the second elder. In return, the second elder spoke up for Li Guang, sparing his life and sending him to Shenyu Island. If not, why would the second elder help Li Guang, who had nothing to do with him? Everything is because of this woman. She sacrificed herself to satisfy that old bastard's desires. After that, she pretended to like me and was willing to become my woman. Her motive was to get close to me and kill me. Shi Ruolan, who was in his embrace, had her pupils dilate, her expression changing. What? You knew? Han Ji let out a cold laugh. I also knew that in order to kill me, you swallowed a slow-acting poison, causing your body fragrance to be laced with poison. You slowly poisoned me and killed me. Many people knew that Han Ji liked Shi Ruolan's body fragrance. At that time, Shi Ruolan had also used this point to prepare to slowly poison and kill the powerful Han Ji. Unfortunately, who can you fool with that little trick of yours? The poison in my body has long been cured by me. What a joke. You've been toyed with by me for 100 years, yet you still dream of poisoning me to avenge Li Guang. At this point, Han Ji no longer hid anything and revealed the cruel truth. Shi Ruolan was trembling from shock and anger. She had sacrificed everything and endured humiliation. But in the end, she had been played by Han Jimeng for 100 years. Suddenly, Shi Ruolan trembled violently. Then, that day when you forced me to kill Brother Guang, was it also intentional? Han Ji laughed out loud, his smile was ferocious. Ha ha ha. That was interesting. In order to gain my trust, you pretended to be cold and killed Li Guang. Li Guang must have died with regret. It turned out that at that time, Hanji was at the scene, secretly following Shi Ruolan. In order not to arouse Hanji's suspicions, Shi Ruolan had wanted to reunite with Li Guang. But in order to take revenge, she had no choice but to pretend to be heartless and personally end Li Guang's life. But the truth was that Hanji had intentionally played the two of them in the palm of his hand. Brother Guang. Knowing the truth, Shi Ruolan covered her face in grief, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. She had been used by someone to personally end the life of the person she loved. The second elder glanced at Hanji in disgust, then looked at the absent-minded Su Yu, calmly saying, "This is why she tried to chase you out of the faction so many times. Because she wanted you to stay away from Hanji. But she never had the chance to explain herself." Su Yu was extremely shocked. She had endured humiliation to please the second elder, protected Li Guang, and given herself to Hanji, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. The truth deeply shook Su Yu's heart. Li Guang had not loved the wrong person. After a short period of rest, Hanji regained some of his composure. With the protection of the great elder, he was infatuated. "You two idiots were played to death by me. I'll kill you." Tears of regret rolled down Shi Ruolan's cheeks. Chumph, a cold grunt struck the hearts of the crowd like a bolt of lightning. The great elder had an indifferent expression. Shi Ruolan plotted to kill an elder. Her crimes are heinous. According to the faction's laws, she should be executed. Su Yu regained his senses, laughing angrily. Shi Ruolan was clearly persecuted. Not only did you not punish the culprit, Hanji, but you punished her for plotting to kill an elder. We will investigate whether Elder Han is guilty or not. Shi Ruolan's evidence is conclusive. She should naturally be killed. The great elder calmly said. Su Yu laughed. "Are you lying through your teeth?" Hanji admitted it himself, "But you still need to investigate. You might as well say that he is an elder and has a high status. Shi Ruolan and my teacher are of low status and their deaths are not to be regretted." The great elder creased his brows. "You do not repent even at death's door. I hereby announce that the two of you will be executed together." Wait. The Luxian faction master's expression was cold. What was wrong with Hanji? How dare he expose his past in front of everyone? As the faction master, if he did not do anything, how could he maintain his dignity? "Faction master, I am handling this impartially. Do you have any objections?" The great elder turned his head, calmly looking at the Luxian faction master. The Luxian faction master froze, then his pupils shrank to the size of a needle, his expression aghast. "You," as if he had realized something extremely terrifying. The Luxian faction master's face turned pale, his breathing labored, his chest rising and falling. He only managed to calm down after a while, his tone a little panicked. "No. No objections." With a light grunt, the great elder was like the true faction master, his gaze landing on Su Yu and Shi Ruolan. "The crimes have been determined, the two of you are not going to kneel." Hanji shook his head and smiled, mocking with pity. "Li Guang is really a pitiful worm. I slept with his woman, and I killed his disciple. His life is really pitiful." "Enough." A cold grunt came from Su Yu's mouth. His chest was filled with boundless and deep killing intent. He had never felt such a strong killing intent before. Hanji retreated, hiding behind the great elder, his expression ferocious. "Little bastard. What can you do to me? I am the one who killed your teacher's woman. What can you do to me? Let out a roar or two before you die like a good-for-nothing." These words caused the surrounding disciples to be filled with grief and indignation. He had been killed by Su Yu like a dead dog, but now that the great elder was here, he was barking like a rabid dog. "Ha ha ha. Hanji. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you just because you hide behind your owner like a dog?" Su Yu handed Shi Ruolan over to the second elder, slowly standing up. Beneath his silver hair was a pair of ice-cold eyes, emitting a piercingly cold glow. Hanji's heart skipped a beat, laughing coldly while pretending to be tough. "The dragon realm is like an ant in front of the immortal realm. What can you do to me?" The immortal realm was a holy realm that surpassed the dragon realm. Cultivating to the immortal realm, one was omnipotent. There was a qualitative difference between the dragon realm and the immortal realm. A Dragon Realm level 7 peak could not withstand a single blow from an immortal realm fighter. The Great Elder was an immortal realm fighter. Su Yu's killing intent circled around his body, stirring up a violent gale. His clothes fluttered, and his silver hair danced in the wind. His eyes were filled with a maniacal killing intent, his words firm and fierce. I've said it before. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me. Even if the heavens come, I will kill you without hesitation, much less the immortal realm. I will definitely kill you with my palm in my lifetime. The boundless killing intent pierced through the clouds of the 9 heavens, going against the heavens and reverberating through the boundless clouds. His words were filled with the boldness to go against millions of people, the killing intent that caused the heavens and earth to tremble, the determination to not regret even if he died 100 times. It was as if he wanted to destroy this unfair world, tear apart the cold heavens, and tear apart this tragic fate. Countless people were shocked. What kind of kindness, what kind of love, what kind of righteousness could cause Su Yu to be so stubborn? Even though he knew that the immortal realm was right in front of him, he refused to turn back. At this moment, Hanji's heart trembled for no reason. An icy cold death had unknowingly surrounded his body. The Great Elder shook his head, his gaze calm. Ridiculous last words. Since you've said enough, I'll send you on your way. After saying this, the Great Elder waved his sleeves again. The terrifying chain was about to strike. But Su Yu had a crazed expression. Old thing, do you really think that you can control everything? I will kill Hanji. Just you alone cannot protect him. Time control. Su Yu roared in his heart. Chapter 212. The Great Elder continued to attack expressionlessly, Hanji continued to retreat, and the Luxian faction master continued to look on without lifting a finger. The world froze, and only Su Yu was as clear as ever. It wasn't that they had slowed down, but that the time around Su Yu had accelerated. When his blood was boiling, Su Yu's time was accelerated by 3 times. Therefore, its speed had also increased by 3 times. Shua, the Great Elder, only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Su Yu had disappeared into thin air, his aura completely gone. By the time he realized it, Su Yu had already teleported behind him. His indifferent expression changed for the first time. Anger flashed across his aged face. Junior, you dare. Looking back, Su Yu's palm was about to grab Hanji's head. Heavily injured, Hanji found it hard to resist. Die. The Great Elder roared, turning his palm to attack Su Yu's back. However, Su Yu did not even turn his head as he bellowed, Seal of Time. Roar! An invisible purple dragon coiled around the Great Elder's body and froze him for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu grabbed Hanji's head with his claw. It seemed like a long time, but everything happened in the blink of an eye. Hanji didn't even understand what was happening before he came face to face with a pair of deep eyes filled with hatred. At this moment, Hanji's spirit completely collapsed, and he almost begged, "Don't kill me. I beg for your forgiveness. It's all too late." Su Yu's voice was hoarse and deep. "If you want to beg for forgiveness, go to hell and beg for forgiveness from my teacher." An extremely tragic and shrill scream reverberated throughout the Luxian faction. Kailar, a scene that made one's hair stand on end appeared. Amidst Hanji's pathetic and horrible shriek, his head was twisted off by Su Yu, bringing along a stream of blood. The Dragon Realm disciples were shocked. A moment ago, Hanji was shouting that no one could do anything to him. After some time, his bloody head was in Su Yu's palm. The enmity of 100 years had finally come to an end at this moment. Su Yu had successfully avenged his master Li Guang. Roar! The purple dragon dissipated, and the time seal was lifted. The Great Elder's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his eyes were spewing out monstrous flames of fury. He actually killed Hanji in front of him. Utter humiliation. I will make you wish you were dead. Great Elder roared, taking action in anger. Su Yu held Hanji's head in his hands and glanced at him indifferently. I have said it before. You cannot protect the person I want. Feeling the deadly attack coming at him, Su Yu laughed mockingly. You want me to die? Are you worthy? Kailar, all of a sudden, Su Yu's back shone with an extremely magnificent brilliance. After taking a closer look, everyone fell into deep shock. On Suyu's back, there was a pair of snow-white wings that were 1,000 feet long. Snowflakes fell from her snow-like wings. Lifelike snow-white feathers blossomed in the wind. It was as beautiful as a dream, resembling the wings of a legendary immortal. It was pure white and holy, magnificent and luxurious. At that moment, Suyu was like a deity, and his noble aura shook the surroundings. Divine Spirit's heavenly wings, icy light divine wings, the ultimate form cultivated to the extreme. Whoosh! Suyu's residual shadow was like a dream, disappearing into thin air. The Great Elder's palm was launched first but arrived later, and only shattered an after-image. Shua, the second Elder's hands were empty. Shi Ruolan had been snatched away by Suyu. His speed shocked the second Elder for the first time. That was a speed that was even more terrifying than hers. In the blink of an eye, Suyu flew to the heavens, looking down at the crowd from above. Such speed had surpassed the number one movement technique, the second Elder. No one in the faction could catch up to him. It was precisely because of this that Suyu was able to kill his enemies and retreat safely. Coldly looking down, Suyu shook his head. I have taken my revenge. Goodbye, Luxian faction. After saying this, Suyu's eyes flashed. He flew into the sky, hurrying toward the second Elder's courtyard to take Xiana away. But just as he was about to leave, the Great Elder's eyes were spitting flames of anger. Suyu, if you leave, I will kill everyone close to you, including this woman. Rumble, without saying a word, the Great Elder attacked the second Elder. The second Elder's expression changed. She used the Flying Shadow's triple transformation to dodge in a hurry. Rumble, but the Great Elder's attack was too sudden. The second Elder was caught off guard, and she was still hit by the shockwave. Puff, the second Elder flew 100 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her pale eyes were spitting fire. You are despicable. You want to use me to threaten Suyu? The Great Elder's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind, releasing a suffocating aura. If not for the faction master, I would have dealt with you long ago. Since you like to protect Suyu, I will fulfill your wish and send you on your way. Crazy. The Great Elder was crazy. Not only did he attack the second Elder, he even dared to say the words Sect Master's son in front of so many people. How could he be so rebellious? Everyone knew that the Great Elder was ambitious and had always coveted the position of faction master. But he had never been so insolent. The Luxian faction master's expression turned cold. Great Elder, you should rest. Rest. Humph. You are the one who should rest. Because of your incompetence, the Luxian faction has declined. The position of faction master should have changed hands long ago. The Great Elder grunted, dashing toward the second Elder. The Luxian faction master was furious. How dare you? Whoosh! He attacked decisively, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Hanji was already dead. This was the best time to kill him with the second Elder. Rumble, they were both strong fighters of Immortal Realm level 1 lower tier. His battle abilities were equally terrifying, but the Great Elder's eyes were filled with disdain. He extended his palm and attacked the Luxian faction master. Wow! A shocking scene appeared. The two of them were equally matched, but the result of the collision was that the Luxian faction master spat out blood and was sent flying, crashing into the ruins. His palm had been turned into minced meat, becoming half crippled. The Luxian faction master's face was filled with fear. You have really broken through to Immortal Realm level 1 upper tier. Just now, the Luxian faction master had faintly sensed that the Great Elder's aura had changed. Hence, he had tolerated the Great Elder's decision to execute Suyu and Shi Ruolan. But after exchanging blows, he knew that the Great Elder had really crossed the threshold. His abilities had increased by more than 50%. At this moment, the Great Elder's body slowly released that terrifying aura. Immortal Realm level 1 upper tier. A terrifying power that surpassed all the fighters in the faction. At this moment, no one in the faction could match him. Even if the faction master and the rest of the elders gathered, they would not be able to match his power alone. The Great Elder's aged eyes swept across the surroundings, like an invincible king, suppressing the world. If you do not wish to die, kneel down and await my orders. The great elder's majestic voice reverberated in all directions. Rustle, 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 figures, from the elders to the disciples, all knelt on the ground. Finally, the Lusian faction master clenched his teeth, clutching his crippled right palm. He bent his knees in humiliation, kneeling on the ground. The absolute strength that could crush the opponent had decided everything. At this moment, the great elder ruled over the Lusian faction. The position of the faction master had changed hands. The great elder's eyes turned, his murderous gaze shooting toward the second elder and Su Yu, who was in the sky. He said coldly, "It is your turn." Chapter 213. The second elder's gaze turned serious. She grabbed Mo Wu and used the flying shadow triple transformation to escape. The faction had changed, and there was no place for her to hide. The great elder had wanted to get rid of her before, but he had been restrained by the faction master. Furthermore, he wanted to threaten her and Su Yu. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, the second elder escaped from the Lusian faction. The great elder shook his head in disdain. The difference in the Yuxian realm is like the difference between heaven and earth. Whoosh, his figure dissipated, but when he reappeared, he had closed the gap by half. Before, the great elder's movement techniques were slightly weaker than the second elder's, but now, he had the upper hand. Finally, after half a cup of tea's time, 50 miles away from the faction, he had finally caught up to the second elder. Whoosh, a chain with earth-shattering power pierced through the void and bombarded the second elder. Puff, the second elder clenched her teeth to defend herself, but she did not even have the chance to defend herself. Her chest was struck by the chain, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh, the great elder landed with his hands behind his back, looking down coldly. "Kneel down and submit, lure Su Yu here, and I can consider sparing your life." The second elder's red lips were like a bright rose blooming. She clenched her teeth. Her face was like that of a ferocious ghost, and it surged with an unyielding and cold determination. She could not harm Su Yu. "I'm afraid he will come even without you luring him." The great elder shot into the sky, a pair of 100-jong wings surrounded by snowflakes. He was like a deity descending. "I've heard that this person is a righteous person, and it is true. With you, he will come even if he knows he is a moth flying into a flame." The great elder was cold. "Su Yu, don't worry about me and Mo Wu, leave the Lusian faction with Xiana and live your own life." The second elder endured the pain, shouting from afar. Su Yu's eyes were filled with determination, sighing deeply. "Without the second elder, Xiana would have become someone else's wife, and I, Su Yu, would have died a long time ago. You are in trouble. How can I stand by and do nothing?" Back then, Su Yu had wanted to die at the wedding, and it was the second elder who protected him. Furthermore, it was because of her that he was spared from being coveted. Now that she was implicated by Su Yu, how could he abandon her? If that was the case, even if he could reunite with Xiana, his conscience would never be at ease. "Old dog. Your enemy is me. Let go of the second elder and Mo Wu." Su Yu flew closer, his eyes filled with anger. The great elder pursed his lips and sneered, full of hypocrisy and righteousness. "You want me to let them go? Fine, cripple your own cultivation, and this old man will immediately release him." Cripple his own cultivation? Su Yu was shocked. He had pursued the pinnacle of martial arts all his life. Becoming a cripple was a punishment worse than death. "Ha, a mouth full of hypocritical things," great elder said with disdain. Su Yu struggled in his heart. Even though he knew that the great elder might not let the second elder off if he crippled his cultivation base, the great elder might not let the second elder off. However, he had no other choice. Fate was in the hands of the great elder. "I, Su Yu, have gone against the current and risen from the bottom. However, what I am most proud of is not the glory I have today, but the fact that I have never let anyone down, nor have I let anyone down. Father-in-law, the Duke of Xianyu, teacher, Li Guang, the most important people in my life, I have never let them down. I have a clear conscience all my life." Su Yu's eyes were filled with determination. He slowly raised his palm and placed it on his abdomen. With one press, his dantian would be destroyed, his cultivation level destroyed, and he would forever be an ant. Hence, I, Su Yu, will not let second elder down. Su Yu gathered spirit energy in his palm. Crippling his own cultivation level was right in front of him. The second elder and Mo Wu felt a shock from the depths of their souls. For the sake of kindness and righteousness, Su Yu could have brought along beautiful women to roam the world. He could have been relieved of a heavy burden and roamed the world. However, for them, he had rushed back, even though he knew he would die. No. The second elder shouted, even forgetting to cover up her beautiful, angelic voice. The great elder's eyes were filled with craftiness, slightly shaking his head. He was still a young man, full of vigor, unable to withstand psychological attacks. However, just as Su Yu was about to cripple his own cultivation level, Su Yu suddenly flipped his palm, and a cold ring suddenly appeared on his palm. Creak, countless divine ice threads turned into a sharp arrow, piercing through the air and heading for the Great Elder. The Great Elder was caught off guard, hurriedly blocking the attack. With a point of his right finger, the sharp arrow immediately dissipated. However, a divine ice thread still managed to cut open the Great Elder's cheek. A line of fresh blood flowed down his cheek. Feeling the stinging pain on his cheek, the Great Elder was like an enraged lion, his facial features contorted. His words were cold and sinister. "Damned thing. You still do not know when you are about to die." Su Yu had a cold smile on his face, filled with determination and unwillingness to fight. "You want to provoke me into committing suicide with just a few words? Old thing, do you really think you are something? If you want me to die, before I die, I will cut off a piece of flesh from your body." If Su Yu were to die, he would die standing. Rather than crippling his own cultivation level and being tortured to death by the Great Elder, why not fight with all his might? Even if there was no suspense in this battle. Even if it was a battle to the death. Lunatic. The Great Elder was completely enraged, attacking with all his might. However, a piercingly cold wind came from behind him. It was the second elder attacking, trying to hold back the Great Elder. "Su Yu. Leave quickly. You do not owe me a favor." The Great Elder let out a cold grunt. Without turning his head, he struck with his palm. Rumble, ah! The second elder let out a pathetic groan. Her abdomen was blasted red, and she spat out a large amount of blood. This palm had almost caused her to die from serious injuries. "You killed 2 of my disciples. I will take your life with my own hands." Without any more obstruction, the Great Elder attacked with hatred. However, at this moment, 3 rays of light shot over from the distant sky. 3 men wearing green robes with cloud patterns approached quickly. The person in front was a young man in his 30s. He was elegant and handsome, his face like a jade crown. He was a rare peerless beauty. He had a noble aura, his expression gentle and humble. His abilities were unfathomable. Behind him were 2 young men in their 20s, their expressions cold and arrogant. However, they respectfully followed behind the 30-year-old man. The sudden appearance of the 3 people caused the atmosphere of the scene to change. The Great Elder creased his brows. He was about to berate them when he noticed the cloud patterns on the green robes of the man in front. His pupils shrank, and he cried out involuntarily, "Envoy of the Alliance." The cloud patterns were the symbol of the 100 Territories Alliance. Furthermore, it was a symbol of an extremely high status. "Greetings, Envoy. May I know what orders do you have for us?" The Great Elder stepped forward respectfully. His waist bent forward slightly, his head lowered, and his eyes looked up at the 30-year-old man. The extremely beautiful man floated down. His noble aura was like mercury spilling onto the ground. It was as if he belonged to the divine watchtower of the heavenly palace. He was extraordinarily noble. Just one look at him would make people want to worship him. "Who?" The extremely beautiful man looked at him calmly and said one word. This word was not a question, but an order. Beads of sweat appeared on the Great Elder's forehead. His waist bent even deeper, and his head drooped even lower. "Great Elder of the Luxian faction, Ien, I await your orders." The extremely beautiful man casually instructed. "Yes, Sir Envoy." The Great Elder's hands hung by his sides. His body followed the movements of the extremely beautiful man. Chapter 214. The beautiful man ignored the Great Elder, Su Yu, and Mo Wu. In his eyes, There was only the ugly second elder, Euro. The beautiful man walked over quickly, his gentle face filled with excitement and warmth. The second elder's pale eyes were filled with hatred, but she was also helpless. She sighed. You have finally come. Euro. You have been alone for the past 10 years, living in such a bitter and cold place like the edge of the ocean. You have suffered. The beautiful man's heart ached, his eyes filled with love. Suddenly, the beautiful man saw the second elder's injuries. His gaze turned sharp, his noble aura filled with coldness. Who injured you? Mo Wu was at a loss, but her face was filled with joy. It's him, she said hatefully. The beautiful man calmly glanced at Mo Wu. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of shock, but it was cleverly hidden. Mo Wu followed his gaze and looked at the great elder. It's you. Ien, you will atone for injuring my Euro with your death, the beautiful man calmly said. His tone was like an order. The great elder's face turned pale, retreating in shock. The second elder. What kind of person had she met in the Shantian Manor? What kind of noble status did she have in the Shantian Manor? Please listen to my explanation. The great elder's face was ashen, frantically explaining. The beautiful man slowly stood up, his gentle aura cold. As the 100 Territories Alliance's Vice Alliance Master, I grant you death. After saying this, the beautiful man calmly raised his palm, closing in like a shadow. Immortal Realm Level 2? No. The great elder was shocked, retreating without hesitation. However, this palm still landed on his back without any suspense. Pooh, his heart was destroyed on the spot. Even someone as strong as the great elder was killed on the spot without any resistance. Retracting his palm, the beautiful man looked at Suyu, calmly saying, I grant you death as well. Wait. He is not. He is here to protect me, the second elder said hurriedly. The beautiful man's cold expression suddenly turned gentle. He smiled warmly. I see. Looking Suyu up and down, the beautiful man nodded his head slightly. Dragon Realm Level 2 peak. Ien, still considered average. If you continue to work hard, you might be able to achieve something. Once he finished speaking, the beautiful man returned to second elder's side. His heart was filled with love, and his voice was filled with warmth and nostalgia. Yuru, ever since I received your message a month ago, I rushed here without stopping. Today, I've come to bring you back. A look of struggle flashed in second elder's eyes, but he gave up after a moment. He nodded and said, yes. The beautiful man was overjoyed. Euro, let's go. When we return to the Alliance, I will think of a way to cure your face. From then on, we will never be separated again. Wait. Suyu flew over and stared at the second elder. Are you doing this voluntarily? The beautiful man felt an indescribable chill run down his spine. In an instant, Suyu felt as if he had been stared at by a venomous snake. His whole body felt ice-cold. However, the beautiful man had a warm smile on his face. Euro is my wife. What do you think she will do? Wife. Suyu's mind was buzzing. The second elder already had a husband. Suyu, the second elder calmly said, I already had plans to return to the Alliance. A month ago, I informed Lu Jun to come and fetch me. Do not misunderstand. So that was the case. Suyu's doubts were cleared, and he nodded. Euro, is this your disciple? She is indeed talented. Why don't you come with us? The beautiful man, Lu Jun, looked at Mo Wu with a smile. She is indeed extraordinary. The second elder shook her head and refused. There is no need. She will accompany Suyu to train and enter the Alliance. It will be more effective for her to participate in the competition. Lu Jun's eyes glowed, and he smiled. Euro is indeed thoughtful. Since that is the case, let us set off first. Yuru nodded and followed Lu Jun into the sky. Before she left, she looked deeply at Mo Wu and Suyu, clenching her fists. In the end, she sighed in her heart and floated away. Lu Jun's smile was the same as before as he brought Yuru hundreds of miles away. Without Yuru noticing, he took out a note and wrote it to the two young men in their 20s behind him. The two of them caught the note without anyone noticing and read it. Return and capture that female disciple. Send her to the Yunxiang cabinet for training. I will visit her at any time. That brat. Kill him. Even though Yu Ru did not explain, Lu Jun could roughly guess the process. He would not allow his woman to show gentleness and concern to another person. As for Mo Wu, she was stunning at first glance. She had already become Lu Jun's woman. Mo Wu, what is the second elder's status? Who is that Lu Jun? Su Yu felt a slight uneasiness in his heart. Mo Wu's expression was one of admiration. That Lord Lu Jun is the Northern Region Alliance's Deputy Alliance Master. He is from the same generation as Master of the Shentian Manor Academy. He is an upright person with a noble character. He is also extremely talented. He is the dream husband of many girls in that generation. After he met Master, he quickly fell in love and was engaged to her. It is a pity that Master was disfigured in an accident. She was too ashamed to meet Lu Jun and went into seclusion in the Luxian faction. Mo Wu's expression was one of regret. Only at this moment did she reveal a joyful smile. To think that Master had thought things through and mustered the courage to meet Lu Jun. With Lu Jun's noble status, Master will definitely be able to heal him. Is that so? Su Yu was relieved, a warm smile on his face. I hope that she can shake off the shadow of her past and be happy once again. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a mocking laugh came from the sky. Looking up, it was the two 20-year-old youths who had followed Lu Jun. Both of their abilities were frightening. The one who laughed mockingly had the abilities of Dragon Realm Level 4 upper tier, similar to the 7th Elder. That was not all. The one with the cold expression and fierce eyes was a frightening existence of Dragon Realm Level 5. Holding the broadsword at his waist, he laughed. An Euro, the tool that Alliance Master Lu has chosen to absorb Yin essence, finally managed to escape 10 years ago. But 10 years later, for some unknown reason, she crushed her identity jade medallion and exposed her location. That's right, an Euro. Absorb the Yin energy? Su Yu's pupils dilated. Some evil techniques required the absorption of a woman's Yin energy to be cultivated. The process was difficult. Intercourse between a man and a woman. During the continuous intercourse, the Yin energy of the woman was extracted, causing the man's cultivation level to increase greatly. However, the woman became weaker day by day and finally died. Lu Jun was the 100 Territories Deputy Alliance Master, but he had cultivated such an evil technique. What shocked Su Yu the most was that the second elder, an Euro, had been chosen by Lu Jun. Falling in love and getting engaged were all arranged by Lu Jun to cover up the suspicions of the outside world. His goal was to forcefully possess an Euro and use her as a cultivation tool. How could she, who had escaped with great difficulty, suddenly expose her location because she wanted to be taken back by Lu Jun? She had sensed that Su Yu was in danger and had prepared a backup plan. By Bihai, the Dragon Realm Level 5 youth said, frowning. Why are you wasting time with them? Kill that brat and bring this female disciple back to the Yunxiang cabinet for Alliance Master Lu to enjoy. Yes, Senior Chen Kuan. Bai Bihai looked at Mo Wu mockingly. That's fine. If I train you well, Alliance Master Lu and his disciple will be together. That would be a wonderful story. Chapter 215. The sudden change overturned Mo Wu's knowledge. The past of her master that she knew was actually so dirty. Hearing that Lu Jun had even taken a fancy to her and wanted to toy with her and her master, Mo Wu was so angry that her whole body trembled. Her clear eyes were filled with traces of blood. She clenched her silver teeth so tightly that they seemed like they were about to be crushed. His most respected master had actually suffered such humiliation. Thinking back to just now, when Master refused to let Lu Jun take her with him, Master must have realized Lu Jun's intentions at that time. That was why she didn't resist and followed Lu Jun to avoid falling out with him on the spot and implicating them. Her master had been sacrificing himself to protect her and Su Yu from the very beginning. Damn it. Mo Wu had never been so angry before. She had never been so hateful. Her killing intent had never been so great. In his chest, there seemed to be a ball of flames about to rush out and destroy everything. Her eyes were filled with tears of sorrow. Bai Bihai's expression turned cold. Humph. You're just a woman from the wilderness. If you don't have some beauty, do you think you can get into Alliance Master Lu's bed? Be grateful. How many people want to please Alliance Master Lu but don't even have the chance? Don't be so ungrateful. Mo Wu was filled with grief and indignation, a group of shameless people. I'll kill you all. Sure, Mo Wu took out her soft sword and was filled with killing intent. But just as he was about to make a move, a hand landed on his shoulder and a hoarse voice sounded, "Leave it to me." His voice was low and calm, like the surface of a windless sea. However, Mo Wu could feel that under the calmness, there was a volcanic eruption of anger. Su Yu was indebted to an euro. If it weren't for her, Su Yu wouldn't be where he was today, and Xiana would have married someone else long ago. When the whole world was against Su Yu, it was the second elder who stood behind him against the whole world. If Su Yu did not repay such kindness in this life, he would not be a human. Anyone who insults her will die. Su Yu stood in front of Mo Wu. His chest was also burning with a ball of fury. Su Yu's angry words did not reach Bai Bihai's ears. In his heart, Su Yu was merely a pitiful ant crying out silently. His gaze went past Su Yu and landed on Mo Wu. He then crooked his finger and said, "Come over. Don't make me do it." Mo Wu was filled with grief and anger. She took a step forward. However, Su Yu extended his arm and blocked him behind his back. "Get out of the way." Bai Bihai calmly looked at Su Yu, frowning as he ordered. Su Yu acted as if he did not hear her. He turned his head and gently wiped away the tears that rolled down Mo Wu's cheeks. He then replied with a hoarse but gentle voice, "Senior sister, I am indebted to the second elder. Let me use their blood, their heads, and their repentance to make it up to her." "Su Yu." Mo Wu cried sorrowfully, her voice trembling. In the vast world, the only person who was willing to help her save her master was Su Yu, who she had only known for half a year. "Get your filthy hands off me. No one is allowed to touch the woman that Alliance Master Lu enjoys." Su Yu acted as if he did not hear the threat in his words, squeezing out a comforting smile. "Second elder, I, Su Yu, will use my life to save her." Mo Wu whimpered and shed tears of gratitude. "Thank you." After being ignored 3 times, Bai Bihai's face darkened. Only he could ignore a small ant like Su Yu. How could he be ignored by an ant? "Fine, I'll cut off one of your dog paws first. This will serve as a warning to others." Spirit energy surged around Bai Bihai as he stepped forward. Bai Bihai unsheathed the large knife at his waist. The edge of the knife was biting cold. River severing 3 strokes. He shouted. He had achieved stage 3 upper tier of a legacy-level cultivation technique. Paired with his Dragon Realm level 4 upper tier cultivation base, he could unleash a powerful attack. His battle power was comparable to the 7th elder of the faction. Creak, the long knife sliced through the water, cutting off the river. The cold gleam of the knife sliced through the sky, slicing off Su Yu's arm. Su Yu finally turned his head. His eyes were calm, as if he was looking at a corpse. Bai Bihai's heart trembled. What kind of deep and cold eyes were those? Being stared at by those eyes, Bai Bihai felt like he was about to die. But after confirming that Su Yu was only Dragon Realm level 2 peak, he quickly calmed down. "Stop pretending. I'll cut off your dog paw." Bai Bihai suddenly attacked. Whoosh! Suddenly, Bai Bihai felt a flash of white light. Su Yu had disappeared before his eyes. Clang! The 2 figures intersected, completing their attack. Bai Bihai's back was facing Su Yu. He slowly sheathed his long knife, laughing coldly as he shook his head. "You are indeed pretending. Endure the pain of your broken hand. This is a small punishment for you before you die." But the scream he expected did not come. Instead, he felt an intense burning pain from his right wrist. Patter! Following that, something fell to the ground. When he looked closely, he saw that his right arm had fallen to the ground, dripping with blood. Ah! A pathetic cry like that of a pig being slaughtered came from Bai Bihai's mouth. Looking back, Su Yu was holding a long sword formed by divine ice threads. The tip of the sword was dripping with fresh blood. "Unfortunately, you cannot punish me," Su Yu replied hoarsely, the long sword in his hand stabbing toward Bai Bihai's heart. Everything had happened too quickly. Senior brother Chen Kuan, who was standing leisurely with his hands behind his back, had a sudden change in expression. He roared in anger, "Stop!" But Su Yu had not heard him. The long sword pierced through Bai Bihai's heart, destroying it. Bai Bihai's eyes were dull. He fell to the ground, his face still showing the pain and indignation of his life. He had wanted to casually kill a small fry, but he had been killed instead. Chen Kuan's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. He clenched his teeth, cold words escaping from between his teeth. "I told you to stop. Are you deaf?" Creak. Su Yu retracted his long sword, his expression calm. "You think I'll stop just because you told me to? Who do you think you are? Do you know how much trouble you've caused by killing him?" Chen Kuan's words were forceful. Su Yu laughed coldly. "Killing him is causing trouble? Are you satisfied that I stood there and allowed him to kill me?" Whoosh! Chen Kuan walked over with his hands behind his back. Under the alliance, all life is a subject of the alliance. If the emperor wants the subject to die, the subject has no choice. Your resistance is a great crime. If the emperor wants the subject to die, do you think you are the emperor? Su Yu laughed angrily. The arrogant alliance looked down on everything. If I were the emperor, people like you would not even have the right to be a subject. Die. Chen Kuan let out a furious grunt, the terrifying aura of a Dragon Realm level 5 soaring into the sky. Su Yu pointed the sword in his hand. "Those who said such things are already dead. Only I am still alive. Today is an exception. I will kill you in 3 moves." Chen Kuan walked over with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering. His eyes were like sharp arrows, piercing through Su Yu's heart. 7 demon steps. Chen Kuan grunted, taking a step forward. Thump, thump. That step was like stepping on Su Yu's heart, causing it to twitch violently. What a frightening technique and footwork. Just the initial accumulation was already so powerful. A normal Dragon Realm level 2 demon steps would find it hard to withstand. Furthermore, the 7 demon steps was a legacy level technique, born from an immortal. It was a half-immortal level technique, so its power was naturally extraordinary when cultivated to the top class. However, Su Yu's expression was calm. Glazed ice flame. Intense cold energy gathered around his body. Su Yu struck out with his palm. At that moment, Chen Kuan took a step forward. Rumble, a deafening roar could be heard, a formless energy wave spreading in all directions. Thud, thud. Su Yu and Chen Kuan both took a step back. The arrogant Chen Kuan had a strange expression. Top-class legacy level technique? To be able to reach this stage at such a young age, humph. An Euro treats you well, not hesitating to spend her time to help you comprehend a technique. He did not even think that Su Yu had comprehended it himself. Su Yu did not explain, coldly shaking his head. "Kill me in 3 moves. 1 move has already passed. That's all there is to it. It's too early to celebrate. The further I go, the more powerful it becomes." Second step. Chen Kuan took a second step. Rumble whiffs of destructive power turned into rolling waves that engulfed Su Yu. Wind shadow step. Su Yu's expression was calm, taking a step forward. A giant footprint descended from the sky, colliding with the 7 demon step. Thud, thud, thud. This time, Su Yu did not move, but Chen Kuan took 3 steps back. Chen Kuan's expression was shocked. Immortal level technique? Su Yu's expression was ice cold. "You still have 1 last chance." Chen Kuan was shocked, but still shook his head in disdain. "I have to admit that I underestimated your luck. An Euro even helped you comprehend a legacy level technique. But it's a pity that trash like you can only feel the surface of an immortal level technique. You are far inferior to a half-immortal level technique. Final step, die." Chen Kuan let out a low grunt, taking a 3rd step. At once, a destructive energy charged out from beneath his feet, heading straight for Su Yu. It was as if it wanted to destroy Su Yu within. This attack was unleashed to the extreme of a half-immortal level technique, infinitely close to an immortal level technique's attack. It was also Chen Kuan's strongest attack. Coupled with Dragon Realm level 5's absolute ability, Su Yu was like a candle in the wind, about to be completely destroyed at any moment. But Su Yu's expression was still calm, merely taking a deep breath. At once, the spirit energy of heaven and earth surged. A terrifying energy was brewing in Su Yu's mouth. That energy was restless, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Finally, when Chen Kuan's foot arrived, Su Yu opened his mouth abruptly. Lin, Buddhist Saints 8 characters, a legendary level technique, was only a little. But even a little had the power to shake the heavens and the earth. Rumble, with Su Yu at the center, it was as if an underground volcano had erupted. The ground rumbled, creating cracks as thick as a few people. Countless rocks and the ground were sent flying hundreds of meters into the sky by the terrifying energy. It was like the apocalypse, a scene that shook the souls of everyone. The sound wave that could destroy all living beings swept across the world. Unsurprisingly, Chen Kuan was swept hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily into the ground. There was blood at the side of his mouth, his arrogant expression finally showing fear. What technique is that? What technique is that? How could its power be so terrifying? At this moment, Chen Kuan's heart wavered. Could an Euro really have comprehended such a powerful technique? If she had such a technique, how could she have been so submissive and not retaliate? Of course it is the technique that will destroy you. A hoarse voice, like that of a broken bag, reverberated above his head. After using Buddhist Saints 8 characters for the second time, Su Yu's throat had been completely destroyed. His voice was completely out of tune. Even Su Yu himself could not recognize that it was his own voice. It looks like you did not manage to kill me after 3 moves. The one who will die will be you. Su Yu's eyes were cold. He lifted his foot and stomped down. Chen Kuan trembled in fear. He wanted to resist, but he realized that the sound wave had damaged his internal organs and broken many of his energy channels. Most importantly, his dantian had also been damaged. At this moment, Chen Kuan finally felt fear that came from the depths of his heart. Su Yu's ruthless foot stomped down. But at this moment, a voice that made Su Yu's body stiffen came from the horizon. You injured my people. I, the Alliance Master, shall grant you death. A calm but indisputable order came from the mouth of a figure in the sky. Chapter 216. The 2 attendants had not returned for a long time, which made Lu Jun suspicious. He made an excuse to leave temporarily and returned to investigate. What he saw was Bai Bihai dying in battle and Chen Kuan about to be trampled to death. The rage in his heart could be imagined. A small fry that he could kill with a flip of his palm had killed his trusted aide instead. Mo Wu's expression changed. Her eyes were filled with endless hatred and killing intent, but there was also despair and fear. The immortal realm was a realm that they could only look up to. The killing intent in Su Yu's eyes did not decrease, and he said coldly, Elder Yun Ya, if I die, will you take revenge for me? Yun Yazi had once said that he wouldn't make a move no matter what. Even if Su Yu's skills were inferior to his opponents and he was killed, he still wouldn't intervene. At most, he would just kill his enemy. In the Jade Box, Yun Yazi's tone was calm. He was as calm as usual. My promise is naturally effective. I can kill a mere immortal realm junior with a flick of my finger. Can I kill it? Su Yu's last shred of doubt disappeared. If his death could be exchanged for Yun Yazi's help in killing Lu Jun and Mo Wu and a Neuro's safety, it would be worth it. Thinking of this, Su Yu no longer hesitated. Wind shadow step. Boom. The huge footprint pierced through the sky and bombarded Chen Kuan's chest. A loud and clear scream pierced through the heavens. Chen Kuan's chest caved in, and he was half dead on the spot. As expected of Dragon Realm Level 5. Without any resistance, even a superficial immortal level technique would not be able to kill him in one move. Lu Jun's calm face suddenly darkened. How dare you kill someone in front of me? In the name of the 100 Territories Alliance's Vice Alliance Master, I announce that you have no right to live in this world. Whoosh! As he spoke, he was still at the edge of the sky. By the time he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of him. But, at this moment, above the 9 heavens, even Su Yu did not notice that there were 2 figures standing with their hands clasped behind their backs in the cloud. One of them was a young woman of 18 years of age. Her figure was graceful and exquisite, and her face was covered with a dreamy veil, revealing only a pair of bright crescent eyes that seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. This person was Hua Zhilan, the deputy palace master of the Empire of Darkness's branch palace in the 100 Territories Alliance. However, at this moment, Hua Zhilan was standing slightly behind another person, showing the difference in status. It was a handsome middle-aged man with a square face and a calm temperament. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked down. Although he didn't say a word, there was a boundless domineering aura that looked down on the world. At this moment, his calm gaze landed on Lu Jun. He uttered a single word, scram. The word scram was like thunder from the 9 heavens, rumbling down. Lu Jun, who was brimming with killing chi, trembled. When he looked up, his expression turned grave. "It's you, the palace master of the 100 Territories branch palace of the Empire of Darkness, Ling Xiaotian?" This middle-aged man was actually a branch hall master. Hua Zhilan stared at Lu Jun. Coldness and killing intent burst forth at the same time. "I haven't seen you for a few years, and you're still as impatient as ever. Back then, in order to avoid you, I betrayed the Shantian manor. Everything that happened today is all thanks to you." Hua Zhilan, the magical ability of the Shantian manor, was also forced by Lu Jun to join the Empire of Darkness. Lu Jun's expression changed, and he said sternly, "What do you want? Trying to ruin my business? I advise you to consider this carefully. The 100 Territories Alliance is not something that your branch hall can afford to offend." "Is that so?" Hua Zhilan's crescent eyes squinted, letting out shreds of killing intent. "Scram. Seeing that the branch hall and the alliance have agreed not to invade each other, don't let it happen a third time," Ling Xiaotian said calmly, his expression calm. However, it was precisely such casual words that caused Lu Jun to grit his teeth, forcefully stop his attack, and then slowly retreat. Only after retreating to the horizon did Lu Jun stare at Su Yu coldly. "Consider yourself lucky. He did not even have the time to care about Chen Kuan." It was clear that he was wary of Ling Xiaotian. The sudden appearance of the Empire of Darkness shocked Su Yu and Mo Wu. Especially since Hua Zhilan was there. That day at the abyss of Wutong, they had been chased by this woman. To think that they would come to the Luxian faction today. "It's you." Su Yu suppressed his urge to attack. Xia Jingyu had been taken away by Hua Zhilan, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Hua Zhilan's crescent moon-like eyes slightly curved, as if she was smiling. "Little brat, we have finally met. How do you think I should settle the score between us?" Ling Xiaotian looked at Su Yu, his handsome face revealing a faint smile. He turned his head and said to Hua Zhilan, "Give him that lightning-based technique." Hua Zhilan froze, her crescent moon-like eyes turning serious. "What? Give it to him?" Ling Xiaotian did not reply, but he emitted an aura that did not allow others to interfere. Hua Zhilan's body trembled, biting her red lips. She glared at Su Yu fiercely, her heart filled with anger. This bastard had killed her spiritual pet and escaped from her hands. Now, the immortal level technique that she had obtained with great difficulty from Xia Jingyu was going to be given to him. This caused Hua Zhilan to be furious. Biting her teeth, Hua Zhilan angrily threw out a stone from her sleeves. Su Yu caught it subconsciously, his face filled with confusion. He was not acquainted with the Empire of Darkness. To be precise, they had a feud. But this palace master of the Empire of Darkness had chased Lu Jun away, and now he was giving him a lightning-based technique. "Work hard." Ling Xiaotian nodded at Su Yu, then stepped onto the clouds and left. Hua Zhilan was furious. She had come for revenge. Why had she lost a lightning-based immortal level technique? After a long time, Hua Zhilan could no longer suppress the doubt in her heart. She pouted and said softly, "Palace Master, that immortal level technique is mine." Ling Xiaotian flew with his hands behind his back, not even turning his head. He calmly said, "It's Miss Xia's." "No, news has already been sent back. She is now one of the king's 7 lords of darkness, Lord Yi Yu." Hua Zhilan's eyes were filled with jealousy. Xia Jingyu had actually passed the King of Darkness's test and become one of the 7 lords of darkness. She had changed her name to Yi Yu and obtained the title of Lord. Her position was much higher than that of the palace master. In the future, she would definitely rule over the Zhenlong continent. She gave it to me. Hua Zhilan was still indignant, muttering. Ling Xiaotian could not help but laugh. He knew that Hua Zhilan was still holding a grudge and had given her lightning-based technique to Su Yu. He gently shook his head. I see my own shadow in him. Hua Zhilan felt slightly relieved. She looked at the imposing figure in front of her, her eyes filled with respect. It was rumored that Ling Xiaotian had faced the same predicament as Su Yu. He had been betrayed by his friends and family. As he was bathed in blood, it was the King of Darkness who had passed by and saved him. Thus, Ling Xiaotian had willingly followed the King of Darkness and worked for the Empire. But giving him an immortal level technique is too much of a waste. Hua Zhilan was deeply dissatisfied. Ling Xiaotian smiled. You are not suited for lightning-based techniques. What harm is there in giving it to him? Don't you think that such a loyal person should be rewarded? Loyal and loyal? Hua Zhilan, who had witnessed everything, was speechless. All right, consider her lucky, but don't let me meet her. If not, he. Hua Zhilan waved her snow-white fist fiercely, baring her teeth. Su Yu was stunned for a moment, then bowed toward Ling Xiaotian. Thank you. No matter how the reputation of the Empire of Darkness was, Su Yu had saved his life. If he had the chance, Su Yu would definitely repay him. But Su Yu still had a few matters to attend to. Where is an Euro being taken to? When will Lu Jun attack her? Su Yu stepped on Qian Kuan's chest, coldly questioning him. Since things had come to this, Qian Kuan could only answer, Alliance City, Yunxiang Cabinet. After an Euro's injuries are healed at the Alliance meet, Alliance Master Lu will begin the dual cultivation. After all, Lu Jun, who had enjoyed all the beauties in the world, would find it hard to convince himself to copulate with an ugly woman. Why is he so insistent on an Euro? Su Yu asked again. Even after 10 years, he was still unwilling to let an Euro go. Just what was so special about an Euro? She has an extremely cold yin body, said Qian Kuan. Her yin energy is 10 times that of a normal woman. If you can obtain her, Alliance Master Lu's cultivation level will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Alliance meet. Mo Wu's expression was anxious. Could it be that he wishes to obtain the prize for first place in the Alliance meet, the 2 flesh regeneration elixirs? Yes, Qian Kuan explained. He secretly instructed an expert to participate in the Alliance meet to obtain the flesh regeneration elixir. This elixir has the nature-defying effect of regrowing limbs. It can also completely heal a disfigured face. Mo Wu clenched her teeth, clenching her fists. No, that's mine. I fought for it for my teacher. Su Yu suddenly understood why Mo Wu was so insistent on the Alliance meet. Her wish was so simple, to obtain the regeneration elixir to heal the Great Elder's face. The kindness of her teacher's grooming made Mo Wu feel even more ashamed. When they first met, she had hurt her teacher's feelings. Hence, she wanted to do everything she could to make up for it. Restoring her teacher's face was the only way to make up for the guilt in her heart. Su Yu. I will take my leave first. The regeneration elixir must not be obtained by that hypocrite. Mo Wu's eyes were filled with determination. Su Yu paused, his expression serious. Wait. I will go too. Not to mention the kindness an Euro has shown me, just the fact that Lu Jun wants to kill me is not something that can be easily settled. I want to go to the Alliance City as well. Rumble, Su Yu exerted force with his feet, completely crushing Qian Kuan. But I still have some matters to settle, Su Yu said. Mo Wu was anxious, unable to wait. All right. I will take my leave first. We will meet again at the Alliance City. After saying this, she suddenly turned and headed in the direction of the Alliance City. As Su Yu watched her leave, his eyes were filled with determination. He had to go to the Alliance City. Mistress Shi. Su Yu flew back to a secret location, where Shi Ruolan had been placed. Having blocked an attack for Su Yu, Shi Ruolan's life was in danger. Looking at her, Su Yu's heart was filled with grief, but at the same time, he was filled with respect. Sacrificing her entire life to take revenge for Li Guang, How noble was that? It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was an extraordinary woman. Mistress. Su Yu revolved his spirit energy to treat Shi Ruolan's injuries, but the effects were minimal. Shi Ruolan's face was pale, extremely weak. She forced a gratified expression, extending her hand and gently caressing Su Yu's face. In Brother Guang's life, the luckiest thing was to take you as his disciple. If he knew, he would definitely be proud of you. Su Yu's heart trembled. Mistress, don't speak. Chapter 217. Tears welled up in Su Yu's eyes as he said, Master's wife, my master loved you his whole life. This was the case when he was alive, and it was also the case when he died. A relieved smile blossomed on her lips. Shi Ruolan slowly closed her eyes and softly murmured, That's good, that's good, I still have 2 bottles of pills in my bosom. They are for his disciple, Zhao Guang. Please help me pass the message. Finally, bury me and Brother Guang in the same cave, okay? Su Yu replied in a trembling voice with tears in his eyes, Okay. Shi Ruolan's voice faded away like the wind. Her hand that was caressing Su Yu felt weak and soft. With a satisfied smile, Shi Ruolan seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and entered dreamland. Perhaps the dream was a reunion with Li Guang. Su Yu suppressed his sadness and brought her to Li Guang's grave. Shua Su Yu knelt down on both knees and kowtowed 3 times toward Li Guang's grave. He swore that if he did not take Han Ji's head, he would not have the face to pay his respects to Li Guang. Today, he fulfilled his promise and brought Han Ji's head to pay his respects for the first time. Master, I have already fulfilled my vow to help you kill your enemy. If you know this in the underworld, I hope that you can rest in peace. Su Yu did not feel any joy from taking revenge. Instead, he felt a slight sense of loss. Although he had taken his revenge, Li Guang, who had given him a chance in life, would never come back to life. As he thought of this, Su Yu clenched his fists. He did not want the same thing to happen a second time. Su Yu did not wish for the people who had helped him to suffer any harm. Master, I have a benefactor who needs to be rescued immediately, so I can't stay by your side. Once I've rescued him, I'll come and pay my respect. Su Yu stood up, bowed, and left. After a long time, Zhao Guang slowly regained consciousness. As usual, there were 2 bottles of pills in front of the grave. The only difference was that on the tombstone, there was another name beside the name Li Guang, Mistress, Shi Ruolan. Flying away, Su Yu returned to the Luxian faction, to the courtyard of the second elder. At this moment, the Luxian faction was in a state of chaos, and no one had noticed Su Yu's return. Xian as Su Yu entered the courtyard, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. His only relative was his fiancée, Xiana. Su Yu took out 3 fire phoenix feathers from his robes. His heart was filled with fervor as he pushed open Xiana's door. However, what he saw was an empty bed. A snow-white letter was left on the bed. Junior, I should have destroyed your soul for stealing the feathers of my spiritual pet. However, considering that the one you saved is the Death Phoenix physique that my 9 Phoenix Pavilion has been searching for, I will let bygones be bygones. I will bring Qin Xiana back to the 9 Phoenix Pavilion and focus on nurturing her. In the future, when you are successful in your studies, you can come and visit. Signing, 9 Phoenix Pavilion Master. In the chaotic battle just now, the Northern Continent's second most terrifying overlord, the 9 Phoenix Pavilion's master, had actually descended and taken Xiana away. On the back of the letter, there was Xiana's crooked handwriting. Brother Su Yu, sob sob. An old woman gave me a lot of phoenix blood to drink, and I don't feel any pain anymore. She wants to take me away, saying that she will groom me to be the cabinet master. I don't want that, I only want Brother Su Yu. Quickly come and save Xiana. After reading it, Su Yu was shocked. Death Phoenix physique. My goodness, kid, your little fiancé has such a heaven-defying physique. Yun Yazi was slightly surprised. It was the first time Su Yu had heard the words heaven-defying come out of his mouth. Even I have only seen the Death Phoenix physique a couple of times. Every single one of them has grown to a frightening level. I once wanted to take in such a disciple, but I could not. This 9 Phoenix Pavilion is really lucky. Yun Yazi was full of praises for the Death Phoenix physique. But if I take you in as my disciple, your little fiancé will be considered half a disciple of mine. Hihi. Wasn't Suyu about to die because his phoenix bloodline had dried up, producing death energy? How did he become the death phoenix physique? Suddenly, Suyu remembered that the second elder had come out of seclusion earlier to look through a large number of ancient books. She had noticed that Xiana's physique was a little strange, different from the signs of the death phoenix's descent. Could that be the death phoenix physique? It is rumored that among all the phoenixes of the real spirits, there is the most mysterious spiritual phoenix known as the Nine-Abyss Death Phoenix. It controls death, and a single glare from it can determine the death of a living being. It is the most frightening spiritual phoenix. If the body has a shred of the death phoenix's bloodline, it will be the death phoenix physique. This type of physique is extremely rare. Even among millions of phoenixes, it is rare for one to have the death phoenix physique. Your little fiancée is really lucky. She might be the only one in the entire Zhenlong continent. Suyu could not help but feel happy for Xiana. This little girl had always been playful and lazy to cultivate. To think that her physique was so frightening. Lad, you have to work harder. The death phoenix physique is not a joke. Once it is exposed, you will be the target of all the young talents in the continent. If you slack off, you will not be worthy of her, and you will be snatched away by others. Suyu's heart trembled. He would not let what had happened to Jiang Xueqing happen again. Thank you, Elder Yunyazi, for your reminder. I will train even harder, Suyu said seriously. Yunyazi nodded. All right. You have avenged your master. Do you remember your promise? Yunyazi's soul floated out, standing in front of Suyu with his hands behind his back. I remember. Thank you, Elder, for giving me this opportunity. Today, I have avenged my master. I am willing to become your disciple. Disciple Suyu greets master. Suyu wanted to kowtow, but Yunyazi lifted him up. Yunyazi's face was filled with gratification and joy. He had finally succeeded in taking Suyu as his disciple. I do not like formalities, and you do not have to call me master. You can just call me Elder Yun. Suyu gladly agreed. Since you have become my disciple, from today onwards, I will do my best to nurture you. Whatever level you can reach will depend on your own luck. This is a gift for our first meeting. It is also my main cultivation technique, and it is where my legacy lies. I have never taught it to anyone else. Even that disciple of mine has never seen it before. Today, I am passing it to you. I hope you will not disappoint me. Suyu's heart trembled, sincerely thanking Yunyazi. Thank you, master. Taking a look, he discovered that it was an ancient bronze plate. It had been around for a long time, and it was unknown which era it was from. But Suyu's intuition told him that the bronze plate contained a mysterious power. This is something I obtained from a tomb, Yunyazi said. Suyu understood. So it was a burial object. Its owner must have been an unparalleled expert. But Yunyazi shook his head. No. It was a burial object. Humans were the burial objects. Moreover, billions of living beings were buried with it. Crash! The bronze plate in Suyu's hand fell to the ground, making a loud sound. Billions of living beings were buried with a bronze plate. The secret technique of the soul is recorded on the bronze plate, heaven's sun gazing at air. There are a total of 9 stages. At each stage, the soul will undergo a qualitative change. Unfortunately, there are only 5 stages. I have only cultivated to the 5th stage. The other 4 stages have long been lost. Suyu gasped. He had only cultivated to the 5th stage, but he had already created a frightening soul entity like Yunyazi. Master, what level is it at? Could it be a legendary level technique? Suyu was shocked. Yunyazi shook his head. You will know once you have cultivated it. The bronze plate is very special. You can only see the contents of the next stage after you have cultivated one stage. Hence, you must start cultivating from the 1st stage. Suyu lowered his head. The 1st stage of the heaven's sun gazing at air was the soul transformation realm. It was divided into 3 stages, lower class, upper class, and top class. This stage was the immortal level. The 1st stage is the immortal level. Su Yu was shocked as he continued to read. The difficulty of cultivation depends on the foundation of the soul and the level of perception. The stronger the soul, the higher the level of perception, and the faster the cultivation speed. Entering the lower class would take 10 years at least, and 100 years at most. Soul transformation lower class, the strength of the soul doubles, and can be released externally. Soul transformation upper class, the strength of the soul doubles, and can leave the body for an hour, formless and hard to detect. Soul transformation upper class, the strength of the soul doubles, and can leave the body for more than a day. Furthermore, it can form a blurry physical body to fight. At the same time, it has officially reached the entry level of the heaven's sun gazing at air. Su Yu was shocked. The first stage could make a person's soul 3 times stronger. The fusion of 2 Su Yu's souls was only half as strong as an average person. Even so, it was still a frightening soul talent. What did it mean for the strength of the soul to double, triple, or even triple? It meant that one's level of perception had multiplied. Furthermore, after the soul leaves the body, there were unimaginable uses for concealment and attack. Furthermore, according to what was written, this was only the entry level of the heaven's sun gazing at air. It had not even touched upon the essence of the heaven's sun gazing at air. If the first stage was like this, then the second, third, and fourth stages. How shocking would they be? Su Yu could not wait to start cultivating immediately. Suppressing his excitement, Su Yu took out the ball that Hua Jilan had given him. Looking at it, Su Yu's heart thumped wildly again. The complete immortal level technique, 9 fingers of imaginary thunder. At the moment, Su Yu only had the 100-word immortal level technique, the wind shadow step. Other than that, he only had the remnant of the Buddhist saint's 8 characters. His main cultivation technique, the glazed ice flame, was at the top class, and he lacked a suitable technique. The 9 fingers of imaginary thunder had come at the right time, and it was too shocking. It was the complete version of a lightning-based technique. Lightning-based techniques were considered unorthodox and rarely appeared. Furthermore, it was the complete version. Su Yu was even more grateful to Ling Xiaotian. It is divided into 3 stages. Stage 1, Thunder Star Finger. Stage 2, Thousand Thunder Finger. Stage 3, Imaginary Thunder Finger. Every stage is divided into lower class, upper class, and top class. At every stage, the finger technique changes, doubling the power. When cultivated to the last finger, the power increases by a full 9 times. Furthermore, lightning-based techniques were the most powerful and overbearing among the many techniques. Hence, its power was beyond compare. What surprised Su Yu the most was that this cultivation technique actually came with a complete comprehension of the technique. Su Yu glanced at it. Even though the comprehension was rough, there were still many areas that he could learn from. Coupled with Su Yu's own comprehension, cultivating this cultivation technique would allow him to advance at a rapid pace. The repeated gains made Su Yu's confidence soar. Even though the 100 Territories Alliance was filled with geniuses, Su Yu was confident that he could compete with many geniuses and obtain the flesh regeneration elixir. A moment later, Su Yu and Yun Yazi left the Luxian faction. Looking from afar at the Luxian faction, which was surrounded by 17 giant meteorites, Su Yu's eyes were cold. There was no longer anyone worthy of his nostalgia. But Yun Yazi stared at the 17 meteorites, smiling profoundly. "Why don't I give you another greeting gift?" Chapter 218. Yun Yazi examined the 17 meteorites, seeing the large number of outer sanctum disciples and buildings on them. He shook his head. "Let's clean them up first." He casually raised his palm and grabbed at the Luxian faction. At that moment, a shocking scene appeared. It was a casual grab, but the 17 giant meteorites shook violently at the same time. The buildings, trees, and the outer sanctum disciples who were training were all swept into the sky by the strong wind. The 17 meteorites had been swept clean. At that moment, the expression of the Luxian faction master changed. Whoosh! His imposing figure soared into the sky, his eyes filled with shock. Who could shake the 17 meteorites at the same time? Which scoundrel dares to trespass into my Luxian faction? The Luxian faction master was furious. the terrifying abilities of a celestial feather realm surging in all directions. Yunyazi grunted, "I have my eyes on the 17 meteorites. Do you have any objections?" He clenched his fist. Rumble, a shocking scene appeared. The 17 meteorites, which were a mile wide, were compressed to the size of soybeans at the same time. "Ah!" The powerful Luxian faction master cried out involuntarily. Such a heaven-defying technique was far beyond his understanding. As he watched in shock, the 17 soybean-sized meteorites formed a bracelet and floated down to Suyu's wrist. "Since the Luxian faction has treated you that way, as your master, I naturally have to help you get back some interest. These 17 meteorites are barely acceptable." Yunyazi's expression was normal, and he did not feel that he had done anything earth-shattering. Suyu was shocked. Just how strong was Yunyazi? At first, he had said that he could not defeat Hua Jilan. But now, it seemed that such shocking power had long surpassed the limits of the martial path. But Suyu was quickly attracted by the bracelet. The small mountain on Suyu's waist had already lost its weight. The weight on his wrist was 170 times that of the small mountain. Even with Yunyazi's soul holding up most of the weight, Suyu was still suppressed to his limits. His spirit energy and bloodline power were all suppressed to a stagnant state. His cultivation level was also suppressed to Dragon Realm Level 1, but Suyu was not shocked. He was delighted. He had already experienced the benefits of training with a heavy burden. The meteorite bracelet had come at the right time. "Let's go," Yunyazi calmly said. He waved his sleeves and brought Suyu thousands of miles away, disappearing. Only the Luxian faction master was left in shock for a long time. After a long time, the Luxian faction master's heart was filled with sorrow as he looked at the empty faction. In one day, more than half of the elders of the Luxian faction were killed. In the end, even the sect was taken away by a mysterious expert. And all of this was because of Suyu, a mere disciple. At this moment, the regret of the Luxian faction master was unprecedentedly intense. 1 month later, deep within the crouching dragon snowfield, a youth walked slowly through the deep snow. His eyes were closed as he walked, as if he was meditating. His body was surrounded by wind and snow, as well as a layer of purple lightning. Kailar, at this moment, the youth suddenly opened his eyes, and a ray of lightning shot out from his eyes. He raised his index finger and pointed at an ice mountain in front of him. "Thunder Star Finger." Immediately, a speck of resplendent purple light condensed at the tip of his finger, illuminating the ice field. It was like a purple star, magnificent and dazzling. That finger was like a falling meteor, gorgeous and dreamy. A great power of heaven and earth shrouded the sky. With a point of Suyu's finger, the Thousand-Jong ice mountain shattered without a sound. The purple lightning turned the ice mountain into nothingness. It melted along with the sound of the explosion. The entire ice mountain seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Suyu's eyes were filled with satisfaction and admiration, as expected of an immortal-level technique. Thunder Star Finger at lower class already possesses such great power. Wind Shadow Step can't compare to it. After a month, with the time acceleration of 200 times and the comprehension of 9 fingers of imaginary thunder, Suyu had comprehended Stage 1 lower class. He was satisfied with the effects and power. But Suyu's expression was a little disappointed. He did not know why, but he felt a vague sense of familiarity with this comprehension. While he was comprehending, the image of Xia Jingyu, as beautiful as a celestial being, appeared in his mind. Jingyu. Suyu sighed softly. Where had he found the beautiful lady of the past? After standing for a long time, Suyu retracted his disappointed heart and started to comprehend the other techniques. Buddhist saints' 8 characters had 4 levels in the first stage: entry, lower class, upper class, and top class. After a month, he was only 30% away from the entry level. According to what was written, when used at the Dragon Realm, he could fight enemies 4 levels above him. But Suyu understood that this sort of surpassing levels would come at a price of self-harm. Previously, he had used Buddhist saints' 8 characters twice, destroying his vocal cords and making his voice hoarse. He had not recovered even after a month. This technique could not be used unless it was a matter of life and death. Stage 1 of Heaven's Sun gazing at air was only at the immortal level. Su Yu was still 50% away from reaching lower class and entering the preliminary stage of releasing his soul. Even so, Su Yu could clearly feel his soul strengthening by half, and his level of comprehension had also increased. Su Yu was filled with anticipation for this technique. Apart from that, his cultivation level had reached Dragon Realm level 3 half a month ago. Looking forward, Su Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation. I will reach the Alliance City after crossing this mountain range. But before that, I need to change my identity. Su Yu had to take precautions in Lu Jun's territory. What are your plans after entering the city? Yun Yazi asked. Su Yu said, first, at the 100 Territories Alliance meet, I will obtain the flesh regeneration elixir and sever Lu Jun's thoughts of touching an euro. Second, I will enter the Yunxiang cabinet and take an euro away. Actually, Su Yu had a selfish motive for obtaining the flesh regeneration elixir. The Duke of Shenyu's arm was crippled, and Su Yu had promised that he would do his best to heal it. The flesh regeneration elixir was the elixir Su Yu was looking for. He had two, one each for the Duke of Shenyu and an euro. Yun Yazi nodded his head in admiration. Su Yu's loyalty was the reason he thought highly of Su Yu. Clang, suddenly, the sound of battle came from the mountain range and entered Su Yu's ears. Su Yu's expression changed as he entered the mountain range. Standing on an icicle, looking down from above, he saw a man and a beast exchanging blows. The man was a 17-year-old youth, but his cultivation level was at Dragon Realm level 3. With such potential, even Ji Hongxue, the most talented person in the faction, could not compare. The beast was a white snake covered in ice and snow scales, its cultivation level at Dragon Realm level 3. The long sword in the youth's hand slashed at the snake's scales, sending shards of ice flying. However, the scales did not break in the slightest. What a shocking defense. An all-out attack from a Dragon Realm level 3 could not injure the snake in the slightest. Under such circumstances, the youth was in a perilous situation, suppressed by the white snake. What surprised Su Yu was that outside the battlefield, there were two youthful companions standing leisurely. A man and a woman, both around 18 years old. The man had an imposing appearance, wearing a black robe. He had a fierce aura, his cultivation level at Dragon Realm level 4. An 18-year-old Dragon Realm level 4. Another peerless genius with terrifying aptitude. But the young lady surprised Su Yu even more. The young lady wore a gorgeous phoenix robe, her long skirt dragging in the wind. She had a noble aura, insufferably arrogant. Her eyes were bright, her nose high, and her lips pink and tender. Beneath the gorgeous robe, her proud lines could not be hidden. Amidst her perky breasts, a pair of breasts propped up her chest abnormally full, outlining two soul-stirring, round, and smooth curves. Her waist was slender like a bee, giving off the urge to hug her. Coupled with her noble aura, her insufferably arrogant aura, it made men want to conquer her. But her cultivation level had reached the terrifying Dragon Realm level 5. Lu Jun's follower, Chen Kuan, was also Dragon Realm level 5, but he was already 25 or 26 years old. But the young lady in front of him was only 18 years old. From this, one could see how astonishing his aptitude was. The man stood behind the absolute beauty, his eyes flashing with a hint of adoration. With a faint smile, the man said, Miss Yusin, the ice dragon snake is one of the most difficult beasts to deal with among Dragon Realm level 3 demonic beasts. Its scales are difficult for Dragon Realm level 4 to break through. Your brother, Ouyang Tai, being able to fight for so long is truly commendable. The lady named Yusin did not seem to hear him, her bright eyes focused on her brother's battle. Not receiving a response, the man felt a little awkward, adding, I think your brother will definitely be able to obtain a place in the Shintian Manor in this alliance meet. Yusin raised her eyelids, but did not look at the man. Her red lips parted, her voice as beautiful as a string instrument, mellow and pleasant to the ear. The 100 territories are vast, filled with geniuses. Tai is only Dragon Realm level 3 at the age of 17. His potential is mediocre. Within the 100 territories, he is ranked outside the top 100. The man did not refute her. At that moment, the situation of the battle took a turn for the worse. Ouyang Tai could not win after a long battle. The ice dragon snake's ferocious nature erupted, its tail sweeping across, attacking Tai's body. With a pathetic cry, Ouyang Tai was blasted into the ice mountain. Not good. The man's expression changed, but he was elated. This was the chance to save Tai and curry favor with Yusin. The ice dragon snake roared, its bloody mouth ferociously biting Ouyang Tai, who was in the ice mountain. The man was about to attack. But at that moment, a silver-haired, purple-robed figure descended from the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. Thump! The silver-haired youth had landed lightly on the ice dragon snake's giant body. But the ice dragon snake felt as if it had encountered the weight of a giant mountain. Roar! With a pathetic howl, the ice dragon snake was pressed into the layer of ice. Under the immense pressure, its organs were crushed, and it spat out fresh blood mixed with bits of flesh. After writhing a few times, it breathed its last. He had killed the Dragon Realm Level 3 ice dragon snake with 1 foot. Suyu was carrying 17 meteorites, so it was not surprising that he had such power under the heavy pressure. Descending, Suyu used his divine ice threads to cut off the snake's skin as if there was no one around. The hardness of the scales could block the attack of a Dragon Realm Level 4. Furthermore, Suyu needed to change his clothes. The purple cloud dust repellent robe had been with him for more than a year and was badly damaged. At that moment, Suyu looked no different from a beggar. He had always been someone who paid attention to his appearance, but he had been in the Luxian faction for a long time and had had no time to care. Now, he had reached the point where he had no choice but to change. Clothing made from scales had astonishing defensive capabilities. The material was extraordinary, and it was perfect. Stop! Who allowed you to touch my things? Ouyang Tai crawled up from the ice mountain, his expression murderous. Suyu pretended not to hear him. He did not even lift his head to look at him. Are you deaf? Ouyang Tai shouted coldly, having been ignored. I want you to put your filthy hands down. Suyu continued to act as if there was no one around him, quickly cutting off the ice dragon snake's skin. Having been ignored 3 times, Ouyang Tai was furious. Where did this beggar come from? Do you think that saving me is enough to save your life? My sister and Tan Lin are here. Do you think you need to meddle in our business?